So once again, Poznani speaking. Hello. We are starting the second day of RC26 IPSA conference. And today we have a special day because this is Human Rights Day. So we have excellent sessions and special plenary sessions with keynote speakers. However, 73 years ago, the United Nations General Ensemble adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And maybe what is important, I think that what Eleanor Roosevelt said in those times, where after all the universal human rights begin in small places close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any map of the world. Unless this right have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. Without concerted citizens' actions to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world. So I hope that it will be good idea for today discussion. Now we are starting the fifth session, Key Human Rights During COVID-19 Pandemic, Impact of COVID-19 on Some Aspect of Human Rights. We have 6 speakers, excellent speakers, excellent chair, Professor Alexander Sungurov, and excellent discuss Roman Becker from Nicholas Copernicus University in Torun. Thank you very much, and may I ask Alexander to lead this session, to chair this session. So if I will be helpful, of course, I'm ready to join every moment. Okay, Alexander.
Okay, thank you. We can start now, and I am absolutely sure that our conference is very necessary to understand what it is our problems today in human rights, and especially for all countries, because we have many problems. Now is a human rights rise during COVID pandemic. It's the topic of our sessions, and as a result, many people in different countries, for example, in Russia, starting thinking about constitution. For example, from point of view, a problem of COVID certificate. Does it their rules to be free, or it necessary be in police state? And it is real subject of discussions. And yesterday in Constitution Club, which was organized by Oleg Rumyantsov, formerly secretary of the Constitutional Commissions in the beginning of 19th years. It's working now, and he says that now very interesting that many people start to thinking about the constitutional rights, also from the problems of necessity to have this COVID passport and vice versa. And I think that we will have can discuss all these topics. We have a brilliant participants. I am very glad to give the floor to Oscar Perez de Fuente, who is chair of our IPSA committee, who was an absolutely brilliant secretary of our committee, and I hope that by his ruling we will have a more successful than before of our activity of our RC26. It is very necessary. Oscar, dear Oscar, please, floor is yours.
Hey, hello. I am going to share a presentation. Just a minute. Okay. Okay, thank you, Alexander, for your kind presentation. For me, it's a pleasure to give this speech in this workshop, in this conference. Yes, okay, the topic of this conference is how the years 2020 and 2021 have changed the world. Okay, my speech is going to focus on the issue of how accountability, how corruption have changed during these 2 years. And I am going to analyze different topics on corruption and accountability, especially on accountability. And I am going to connect with certain situations that had been, especially in Spain, that has been occurred during these past 2 years in order to face this pandemic. Okay, the first concept is legal responsibility and political responsibility. The distinction between legal responsibility and political responsibility. You are legally responsible when you commit an offense, and the punishment is imprisonment, fine, or disqualification for public office on active or passive suffrage. This means that you are acting against the legal system. However, political responsibility is based on criteria of political opportunity, and it means that you are not suitable for the position that you are holding. And the sanction is the resignation or dismissal. This means that the person who nominates you considers that you are not the suitable person for having this position. Okay, it's not the same legal responsibility than political responsibility. Legal responsibility affects offenses. Political responsibility is a broad concept, and sometimes there is no legal responsibility, but there is political responsibility. And accountability is a way to make to make evident what is political responsibility is how to make accountable politicians for his acts and for their acts and for their task. Okay, there are different relationships between political responsibility and legal responsibility, but okay, maybe a politician could not do offenses, however, could be politically responsible, and this is a topic of accountability. Okay, accountability came from the English word accounting. In the origin, means something with numbers. Take it the counts, the accounting, having good numbers of having good finance. But however, now is a broad concept. It's a political concept, and has 3 levels. The first level is receptiveness, that talk about elections and the possibility to answer to be rewarded or sanctioned by an electorate. The second level is answerability. That means that you inform from your acts, or you justify your actions. And the third level is enforcement, that you are judged by the people. I think these 3 levels are very, very important. For example, this receptiveness, this first level, it means that should be some periodic and pluralistic elections. And in these elections, the governors should be, the politicians should be rewarded or should be punished. And okay, about the second level, answerability, this is something that happened during the pandemic. During the pandemic, this level means that you have to explain your actions as a politician and justify your actions as a politician. What happened in the pandemic is that there is no explanation of the politicians. There was explanation of the technicians, of the civil servant. That was a civil servant of the Ministry of Health. Every day in the television, make a press conference and explain it. What are the news about the pandemic? And the politicians didn't appear. what appeared was the technicians, what the civil servant. This is bad for the answerability. This is bad for the answerability. If you are a politician, you have to inform of your actions and you have to justify your actions. And this is something important. Okay, the main idea, the main situation in Spain was that during the pandemic, during the tough days of the pandemic, it was declared a state of alarm. And now the Constitutional Court has declared that this state of alarm was unconstitutional, not because the measure was illegal, because it was necessary of a state of exception, not at the state of alarm. The state of alarm is approved by the government, and the state of exception is approved by the Congress. It's needed the approval of the Congress to restrict the rights of the people, or the fundamental rights of the citizens. That's the argumentation of the Constitutional Court. Then one of the supposits that are established in the state of alarm is health crisis, just as epidemics and serious contamination situations. And in the state of exception is more political, when public order is affected or essential public services or the functioning of democratic institutions, and requires the authorization for the Congress of Deputies. Okay, the ruling says that in these exceptional situations, you cannot suspend the rights with the state of alarm, because this is approved by the government. It's like a decree. It's needed at a state of exception that it's approved by the Congress. It's a question of accountability. It's a question of protection of the citizens. According to this ruling, the state of alarm is for natural and technological issues, and political and social issues are regulated by the state of exception. This is linked with something that we are going to see later, that is the horizontal accountability. Horizontal accountability is the control of a body by another body. The government should be controlled by the parliament. Okay, the enforcement means that the politicians, the officials should be punished or should be rewarded by their actions. Usually by elections, but also in different ways. Someone who could be punished, politically punished, and the final sanction in some cases is the resignation. For example, in Spain, it has been an election in the Community of Madrid. In the Community of Madrid, it is decided a policy of not strict measures and open hospitality with certain restrictions. This means that the hospitality sector was quite open. French people, British people come to Madrid during the pandemic, because here the bars and the restaurants were with certain measures, but were more open than in their countries. And this makes very popular the president of Community of Madrid, Isabel Díaz Ayuso, and there was an election, and Isabel Díaz Ayuso, the Popular Party, win this election with a good majority, with an important majority. This means that the people rewarded that there was not a strict policy during the pandemic, and during the pandemic, it is not only a question of health, but also a question of economy and a question of living, not restrict the life of the people. But in other communities, it is decided to restrict the hospitality and have other policies, and people, I think, is against these policies. But this is a question controversial, of course. Okay, we have here the answerability, the enforcement, the sanctions, the informative. Okay, this is another idea. Accountability is a modest concept. We don't have accountability in all these facets, in all these characteristics. We have all these sometimes one characteristic in reality. We have an ideal concept of accountability, but in reality, we have one characteristic or two characteristics because it's a modest concept. Okay, democracy is closely linked with accountability. This is quite clear. And well, there was a commentary here that during the pandemic, in the beginning, some people says that in Asia, they deal better with the pandemic because they don't have democracies. And in the European democracies, they have more problems because they have more guarantees. I am against this idea. I think accountability is good and democracy is a good mechanism to fight against the pandemic. It's not a question of efficacy, or it's not good this idea that autocratic systems are better to fight against the pandemic. This is a bad idea. And I think democracy is a good mechanism to fight against the pandemic. Okay, the vertical accountability are elections. Horizontal accountability is the control of one body for another body of the state. Is linked with the separation of powers. The vertical accountability is based generally with elections, be accountable to the electors. And the example is the case of the Community of Madrid. And you are judged by the electors, sorry. And horizontal accountability is the control by other state bodies as ombudsman, independent electoral institutes, corruption control agencies, legislative investigation commissions, and administrative courts. And I would like to explain why the pandemic is good for corruption. And this is based in Rose Ackerman, in an article of Rose Ackerman, very interesting, that connects corruption and COVID. The first idea is that the governments have to do a quick response and make regulatory changes in a short time. And this facilitates corruption. Also, there are unexpected regulatory changes, and this facilitates corruption. And another idea is when we talk about healthcare, it's different than other sectors, other markets, and this is a structure that it's different than when we talk another type of sectors. And finally, I have two more ideas and I finish my presentation. Social accountability. There is another hybrid form of accountability that it's the accountability from NGOs, from the society. It's not vertical, it's not horizontal, it's in the middle. And it's a combination. And is very important in Latin America and comes from society, and it's NGOs, is the media, is the press, is certain observers, that is the human rights practitioners, for example, who controls. This is very important also in the pandemic, that it has an important role in order to control the power, in order to control the governors. And finally, this is my last slide. I think it's very important. In the case of Europe, it has been very important. The multi-level democracy and accountability. This means that if we have a democracy at different levels, you have a European level, you have to be accountable to Europe, and you have to be accountable nationally and in a regional level or in a local level. This is better to fight against corruption. If you have a multi-level accountability system, is more difficult is easy to fight against corruption or facilitates to fight against corruption if you are controlled by different powers. And I think multi-level democracy is good for accountability and for corruption. Thank you very much. And I am pleased to be in this workshop.
Sorry, okay. Thank you very much, Oscar. My proposal is to have a questions to all participants, all speakers. It would be better, more equal situation to everybody. And also, I don't say about reglement. To my mind, 15 minutes. Maybe in case of Oscar, it was some later, but it's possible for the first. But after this, 50 minutes for presentation, and after this, we'll discuss question and discussions. Okay. Please, Tatiana, floor is yours. Tatiana Barandova, Associate Professor of the Russian Academy of the State Service, and formerly before a member of the Center of Strategy, and also one of our very, very interesting researchers. Please, Tatiana. Microphone, Tatiana. Switch on microphone.
Yes, I'm just
okay. Now it's okay.
Yes, I'm just trying to share. I'm just trying to share my PowerPoint presentation. Could you see it, colleagues? Because I have some kind of technical and internet traffic problems. Could you see the presentation?
Yes, we see presentation. It's okay. Tatiana, it's okay. You can start.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to also to have some kind of reflections about the situation with most of all with labor, of course, but in generally, I think in generally migrants' rights. In so to say, I'm calling it forced digitalization contexts of COVID-19 lockdown period in Russia. It's the title of my presentation, and I will try to fix time for 15 minutes of my speech. But of course, the issue and the field in general dealing with rights and migration and rights and interconnections of different kind of violation of this group rights are so huge. So I will try, maybe I will skip one or two slides here because I was preparing for a little bit longer presentation, but at least in general, I would like to say that I am going to talk most of all from a position of biopolitical theoretical approach here, mixed with or interconnected with the social, mostly with social rights, of course, but taking into consideration the complexity and multiple violations in general for these special social groups. And I will just come a little bit before the conclusion of my presentation today. Also, I would like just to announce a little bit in beforehand that actually I am already came to conclusion that it is really becoming much more difficult and maybe even somehow nearly to impossible to separate migrations rights from the general violation of general rights of the whole population of each country, because in contemporary world migrants are there, and especially when Alexander, could you please switch on your switch off your sounds? Just okay. We'll try to catch thought back. I just wanted to say also that especially for such kind of multicultural, multinational population like we have in Russian Federation, we always should remember that we also have different kind of migration flows. First of all, we are here. We also can consider not only external migration, as it's mostly probably in the case of traditionally or classically considered as a major migrant group, but also we have a very huge flows of internal migration and circulation of both labor forces, and not only all kind of migration flows we have during the century already. Several waves of migration were reshaped the landscape of population of Russia. And of course, when I'm dealing with the issues of labor, focusing on the labor rights of migration, including external and internal, and also a different type of migration, which is also fixed here on this slide. At least we can consider, so to say, high qualification and low qualification migrants groups. And of course, when we are talking about high qualification, most of all, we are considering business and not only, but also including culture and educational fields. And these two fields are, at least at the moment, are, so to say, suffering from introduced restrictions quite a lot. Maybe educational is not already so strongly, but cultural, due to specifics of its public character of this kind of job, this kind of business in general, this kind of field of labor market and working forces. It's really under the at least for me, it's this group is under this strong attention, and I think you all understand why. So I will not go with the concrete offers. I will just place here just two words in connection, which is called kind of digital camp, and I think that majority of existing here on this session understand what kind of offers, theoretical offers, I mean, are standing behind this theoretical concepts development. I'm still trying to develop my theoretical framework, conceptualize the research of also before we enter in more deeply, not with just with pilotage, but with more deeply to the data, to the empirical data and the empirical field in general. So, but by now I'm just mostly decided to concentrate on this kind of digital camp and observation of this influence and possibility to use this kind of conceptualization for the field I'm working with. And due to I'm also working with mostly with kind of visual with media quite a lot, and with official human rights protective discourse, which is produced by the ombuds institutions in Russian regions and in Russia in general. We have different kind of ombuds institution, also specialized on the business rights and on the children rights. And also we have in several regions we have specialized ombuds oriented on dealing with the issues of anti-discrimination and issues of indigenous peoples of the some of Russian regions placed. So if we are talking about most of all this condition of working migrant forces coming from external to according to the borders of the national of the country in general. So of course we are and internally as well, we of course we are fixing not only we but quite many of Russian field-oriented researchers fixing the outstaffing conditions of this working, just because of we are have a quite problematic, if to say in general, human rights and anti-discrimination situation, not developed, and special chains of ways entering the Russian labor market. Of course, these chains are also changed during, and now we are changed quite strongly. And this is one of the first among main directions I'm just wanting to pay your attention on. So due to legal frames of patent for work provision, this field has quite a lot of potential for violation and also complexity complex violations of many different groups. And if we are migrating groups, if we are also involving the intersectional frames for analysis, we also will find that this multiple discrimination will be based not only on the, so to say, status or legal status or illegal status of migrant, it's him or herself, but also on the qualification. Of course, it's already mentioned, but also on the age, on gender, sex, etc., etc. So here it's for development of theoretical frames. It's this point, to my mind, is one of the most important for problematization. So, okay, I already mentioned some kind of my data segments. First of all, I'm dealing with official media discourses, and I can say that actually following in the pilot version of my research, I can say that it is actually both we may say that both are so to say blind to this intersectional perspective of watching on or fixing the migration situation, and still in many fields it still stays xenophobic, which is actually bad tradition of unfortunately of our society towards this all majority of these groups, besides probably several I will mention on the next slides. So in general, migration policy is over-regulated, quite restrictive in general as in its character. So I also would like to stress that there is not too much strong distinguishing on the paper, so to say, on an official and illegal in the laws at least, but we exist, but it's a special chapter or special part of the analysis belonging to this legal analysis, legal frames analysis. I'm not focusing on it today, but I just would like to stress that it exists, but maybe not too much distinguishing, at least not in just too much strongly connected with the COVID situation. It's some, so to say, kind of routine situation for this kind of deals and groups and deals with them. And of course, economical trouble, such as exactly also influencing the situation and went deeper during the COVID, not only for migrants, of course, including all kind of extra efforts and extra expenses, first of all, for migrant groups, for many migrant groups, instead of high qualified placed in the high level top jobs, top payment jobs, and etc., like musical theaters, for example, or something like this, or universities. But even there, we met with some kind of at least problems with entering the country if we had to come work not distantly only, but not only online but offline as well, with so to say mixed system of education at the moment introduced in our universities. So all kind of requirements we have to meet with additional efforts, including medical, house, and social insurances, etc., etc. So these three parts of these three dimensions have to be analyzed more deeply. And of course, the fourth one, which is most important for my scientific interest, is the media, which is, I consider them as one of the most influential actors in the contemporary after governments, of course, and international institutional actors. So media who are also dealing with kind of depicting these groups and influencing on making this situation better, easier to live, or vice versa. So trends in visualization actually, as showed several of my previous researches, they are different on the national, regional, and local levels, and they actually reflecting conflicting discourses. And it depends. It's also somehow incorporated in the administrative division of our country. In general, and multinationality, and etc., etc. Just because these conflicts are or conflicting discourses, we are dealing with different ethnic, national, cultural, etc., types of migrants with different tools, with different stereotypes, stigmatization, or stereotyping them, or no, or not. So we have quite a mosaic picture here as well, and I will skip two slides. I see that I have already have to come to my conclusions. Just started, but I will skip these two slides because I hope that we will manage to publish our ideas and our reports, developing them into more full articles later on. So I'll just comment to several slides which are actually showing more in more details, but still not so detailed as I would like to have, but showing the main problems I found, main problems of migrants, but here it's more or less in general, but some peculiarities also exist, as I mentioned. So of course the main was economical surviving, and I already mentioned it. So in all economic sectors, or almost, besides probably ICT, and some banking system, etc. So in all economic sectors, including culture industries with high qualified, especially with this, as I mentioned, this COVID lockdown situation was bringing, so to say, huge damage for many. Especially if we are talking about not state-based and funded cultural industries, but about some kind of public or independent or non-governmental, etc. We have different forms of these kind of institutions. So in the first way, the president's order from April 18 to 2020 was actually focusing on these issues, and it allows to stay in the country for a longer period for those migrants who already were captured here during the starting or beginning of or announcing the lockdown globally, or if not globally, but at least in Russia, it's happened in March 2020. Of course, second position was connected, if we are talking about economical survival, also was connected with a kind of general currency was going down, and I mean ruble, and it also was bringing some troubles. I will not focus on it now. I would like to add a few words about self-isolation regime, which was introduced. It also just brings to the situation of necessity of job places reconfiguration, and migrants became or left without job. I mean, without a possibility to complete their work as previously on construction, for example, etc. And also brought to some higher race of competition between the native citizens and migrants in some sectors, for services at least. A lack of technical equipment, digital gaps existing in within Russian regions, social inequalities vividly appeared exactly at that period and were not taken too much into consideration, at least in the first wave. And of course, this alarmist xenophobic discourse was expected to be grown up during the first wave, but somehow it has not happened too strongly. And colleagues from Raniepa, Warsaw company and colleagues, sorry, they were just in this pilot project where they showed that it is not too much. And fourth, one of the most probably important for human beings, it's a physical survival and in medicine access issues. They are interconnected, of course, directly. And always living conditions with staying by many persons in room, for example, supposed to become more fluently sharing viruses, etc., etc. And yeah, medical services are in Russia supposed to be free of charge, and they are, but due to be some kind of included in the list of public dangerous disease, so to say, have to be provided in accordance with official documents, as well as vaccination, the first wave at least, and tests, and they were just vaccination. Is free of charge, but tests are provided, should be provided by payments, and this exactly this additional economic problems, bringing economic problems. Okay, I think I have to come to my conclusions because, yeah, on this slide you can see that actually dealing with the human rights protection discourse provided by official institutions, ombuds first of all, and some kind of non-governmental. First of all, here we can see the reports of Moscow Office of Human Rights on racism, xenophobia, and migration processes in conditions of coronavirus pandemic, and also produced by Memorial. It was also interesting for at least for research. But I'm not taking it too strongly now into my analysis, but I think it is another main direction to be developed. In addition, it's a situation with rights and in general situation with migrants staying in or were departed, or it was a big campaign in regions about really around releasing migrants from the centers of, so to say, of a temporary stay, especially of first foreign citizens during the pandemic time of COVID-19, when we had a lack of rights protection in general, and being placed in these kind of special camps or special institutions, we have a double or triple problematic situation. And at least there is a conclusions, problems of migrants similar, as I already said, very similar, sometimes the same, to ours during these restrictions. And here we can, majority of them I already mentioned, but also the border crossing rules, which we have right now. I think that somebody will mention this, and yesterday was mentioned quite a lot. This is already global, general issues. It's not just only for our relied to only to Russia, and you know, the recognition of these vaccinations, vaccine wars, etc. I think it's a very, very poignant situation globally, with exactly with this concrete thematic dimension to deal with, to analyze for us as a scientist, as a researchers, and as a partly as a kind of activist trying to overcome or help to overcome this kind of situation globally. So yeah, quite a lot still didn't mention. Of course, banking system was more flexible here. We provided some credit holidays, but in any way, in general, still quite big these issues. And last but not least, I would like to stress that digital inclusion in general for all excluded categories of population, and all additional, for example, new ageism based spectrum of discrimination for elderly, etc. All this digital inclusion is still somehow lacking in both in official and in media discourse at the moment in Russia. And I think that it should be really organize some kind of efforts to start to think in this direction, not only for helping migrants or analyzing the situation, but for general, because we have quite many vulnerable groups. Yeah, and including gender aspects. You know, I can't stop without gender aspects included. So that's all for sorry for taking over again. Yeah, I think I just some.
Tatiana, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alexander had to transfer to other session in Yekaterinburg, so it will be for me a big privilege to lead this session in the second part. And now we will have two speakers, Marianne Séverine, Les Aquiques dans le Monde, Sciences Po Bordeaux, France, and Hannah Mouzin, Stellenbosch University, South Africa. And the speech, COVID-19 entrepreneurs, corruption and devaluation of the right of health and to development, the case of South Africa and Uganda. Marianne and Hannah, the floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you.
May I ask? Yeah, thank you. Good morning. We can see you. We can see your presentation. Excellent. Yeah, and Hannah is also with us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes.
All right, great. Thank you. Good afternoon from South Africa, and good morning to wherever you are. So Marianne will begin our presentation, and then I'll come on later. Marianne, over to you.
Thank you. So in South Africa from January 2020, positive COVID-19 cases were legally required to be reported to the Department of Health. From the 15th of March of this year, so 2020, COVID-19 was declared a national disaster in accordance with the Disaster Management Act, suspended certain constitutional rights, and implemented emergency measures. In the 18th of March 2020, travel ban, lands and seaports were closed. South Africans who had visited the risk countries since mid-February were to be subjected to further testing. South Africa closed 12 of the 17 border posts, and at the local level, school and higher education institutions were now closed, and religions and posting gatherings canceled or even banned. So in Uganda, the first case of COVID-19 was in March 2020. So the government took initial measures like restricting travel, closure of mass gatherings, mandatory institutional quarantine, COVID-4, travel ban only on social service operating, national response strategy, so like contact tracing across the country, district task forces, the standard operating procedures like washing hands, social distancing, training of health workers and repurposing hospital, health centers and other facilities. Right to development. So I'm going to give you the definition of what is the right of right to development in Africa. So the right to development composite of plurality of rights from civil and political rights to social economic rights. So this right to development was recognized in the UN Declaration on the Right to Development in 1986 and in the Article 20 of the African Charter. So Uganda was the first to ratify the right to development in 1986, and South Africa in 1996, so after the end of the apartheid. So South Africa is bound by the right to development through the Chapter 2 of its constitution, the Bill of Rights. In this context of COVID-19, South Africa created a Solidarity Fund to put in place measures to mitigate the economic impact both of this disease and of South African economic response to it. So the government increase of social grants, and it introduced other special COVID-19 social relief of distress grants, increase of rollout of food, moratoriums on eviction and temporary housing facilities for homeless people. In Uganda, enriched in the constitution of Uganda, so national observative and directive principle of state policy. Uganda development policy budget support comprised of 2 pillars. So strengthening the crisis response and protection of the most vulnerable, so reducing cost of medical material and equipment, reduced poverty impact of the crisis by supporting most vulnerable through cash transfer and temporary relief, and fast-track economic recovery and debt sustainability, temporary relief to distressed businesses through tax payment postponement and restructure of loans, etc. So in South Africa, there is a right to health. So it is Article 27 of the Bill of Rights of the South African Constitution: health care, food, water, and social security. Everyone has a right to have access to health care services, sufficient food and water, and social security. The states must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. No one may be refused emergency medical treatment. Strong cooperation, so during this context, strong cooperation between the private and public health systems and the national government and the Ministry of the Health in the 9 provincial governments. Training of 300,000 health actors in private and public sectors, and an aggressive policy of information on the virus in order to educate the public and fight against misinformation on social networks. In Uganda, enriched in the right to health is enriched in the constitution and with the national objective and directive principle of state policy. The state undertakes practical measures to ensure the provision of basic medical services to the population. All Uganda enjoy rights and opportunity and access to education, health services, clean and safe water, decent shelter, adequate clothing, food security, and pension and retirement benefits. But state of affairs right to development in South Africa and Uganda during the COVID-19 pandemic. So South Africa and Uganda have the same problem. The more the corrupt, the more evident violation of human rights and less visible democracy. Lockdown measures put a strain on the informal sector and household earning, especially for urban poor who depend on daily income. The price of food items increased heavily, impacting urban poor, and restriction on public transport heavily impacted the underprivileged. States of right to health in South Africa and Uganda. So in South Africa, under normal circumstances, intensive care units in the public do not have enough beds. But with the COVID-19 pandemic, this poses a problem in terms of public health, with potential patients having to be isolated in order to stop the spread of the virus. The additional challenge is the low number of people received health coverage among the entire South African population. In fact, only 16 and 70% of South Africans have an assurance. Most important, at the end of October 2020, the Special Investing Unit, a South African anti-corruption institution, probed allegations of COVID-19 related corruption to the tune of almost 70% of what the government spent on tracking the coronavirus by the end of August 2020. 930 personnel protective equipment contracts across South Africa were pledged by allegations of corruption and other irregularities. In Uganda, more corruption meant violation of the right to health and the way health was handled concerning COVID-19. Uganda's citizens were not repatriated for fear of overwhelming the country's health system, although relief funds sent. Right to sexual and reproductive health neglected with focus on COVID-19. Travel bans and couvre-feu made it difficult for people to access hospital, health center for medical attention. A big chunk of COVID-19 finances spent on straining the capacity of referral hospital to treat COVID-19 cases. Anna, take the floor.
Thank you very much, Marianne, for your presentation. So I have just about 4 minutes to go. So what we're trying to show with our presentation is that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had what we are calling a new phenomenon of COVID entrepreneurs. And these are people who chose to benefit from COVID-19 funds or from the pandemic at the expense of the people. Now, and as Marianne has shown before in how the violation of the rights to development and the violation of the rights to health. So quickly, in terms of the state of affairs of corruption in South Africa and in Uganda, just a quick look is that when you look at the corruption perception index, South Africa scores 44 out of 100 points, which makes it slightly better than Uganda, which scores 27 out of 100. However, according to the Afrobarometer, survey, citizens in both South Africa and Uganda believe corruption nevertheless has increased. And they also believe that civil servants and public officials have a lot to do with corruption that is taking place in both countries. So now what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic with regard to corruption? In South Africa, there's been one of the most biggest scandals of corruption. And this is with regard to the digital vibes. Now, the Digital Vibes was a company that was contracted by the government to popularize information about the pandemic and about, the health, and what people need to know. However, this company had there were a lot of background dealings, and that involved the health minister, and actually as a result of the probe into the Digital Vibes, which cost the country over 150 million in rands, the health minister had to resign. Now, of course, I think everywhere they say where there's smoke, there's always fire, and further investigation shows that actually the minister, part of his members of his close family, were involved in this scandal. And these were all funds that were supposed to be used for the health of the general population. But the question now is, where did they go? And now when you look at Uganda, it's pretty much almost the same thing. Corruption cases and the corruption that we saw happening during the pandemic period was also in connection to health. So we had huge chunks of money that were set aside for medical equipment. For example, in terms of Uganda shillings, 1.3 billion in approximation, disappearing or being embezzled, or in situations where medical equipment was supposed to be delivered, half of it was delivered, or it was only delivered to hospitals in the central region, for example, in Kampala, which is the capital, whereas all other hospitals in upcountry areas did not receive the aid. On top of that, the welfare system actually, this corruption happened in a welfare system in a country where the welfare system has actually collapsed. So you see situations whereby health hospital bills were increased to about $15,000 in a country where the average income of one person is less than $1,000. So then the question is, how are people going to afford that? And all this was being done by public officials. Recently, we had I think the world celebrated the International Anti-Corruption Day on December 19th. And the president in Uganda said this to the Inspector General of Government. Now, the Inspector General of Government is one of those organizations that has been has given mandate by the country to fight against corruption. And one of the proposals by the Inspector General of Government was to do a lifestyle audit on all public servants and officials. But this is what the president said, and I'd like to quote him. He said, "Be careful with lifestyle audits. Uganda is still lucky because the thieves who steal government money are investing it in Uganda through building 5-star hotels. With lifestyle audits, the thieves will now start taking the money abroad, and there will be no evidence, which will be a loss for everyone." So, which takes me to my next point, which is, what is the action towards the COVID-19 corruption in both of these countries? Whereas we saw that the Minister of Health resigned as a result of what was clouding his reputation and as a result of the Digital Vibes scandal, in one way or the other, we did not see how that money was recovered. And in Uganda too, we had also officials that also had to resign or were recalled. For example, the Ugandan ambassador to Denmark and his deputy were recalled after they were being recorded on phone, red-handed, plotting to embezzle COVID-19 funds. And also several government officials in the Prime Minister's office were also arrested. But that's all that was done about it. Now, if we think about this in light of what the president has said, we conclude by saying that while it's important to have to strengthen audit and oversight and to have transparency in procurement practices, because this is actually, public sector or grant corruption is mostly in case to do with procurement practices. The most important thing that comes out here is that grant corruption and lack of political will are actually synonymous. If the political will in the country is still favorable to public officials, engaging in corrupt activities, then the fight against corruption at the end of the day is futile. But then the question is, then what should be done? And I think at the end of the day, what is important is to have this kind of collaboration in terms of oversight and audit between national and international organizations, because some of this money that is being embezzled is actually donor funds. But then what is happening? What kind of ramifications or what kind of strategies are being put in place by the donor funds to ensure that the money that was donated was used for that cause? So, this shows that it seems that there is some kind of conspiracy, or this, turning one eye, you close your eye and let whatever happens on the other side, continue. But then this has great, implications in terms of health and in terms of the right to development for the citizens in both Uganda and South Africa and in other African countries, I would like to assume. So that takes us to the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Marian and Hannah, thank you very much for a very interesting speech and sharing your outcomes of your research based on comparative studies from South Africa and Uganda. So now let's jump to Spain, to National University of Distance Education, and Ruben Tamboleo Garcia. Ruben, you are with us. Yeah, I can see you. Hello. And the presentation will be about constitution making and social response for political and human rights under COVID-19 scenario, the Spanish case. Ruben.
Thank you so much. I'm
15
going...
minutes, please, okay?
Yeah, even less if I can.
No. Everything is okay.
Okay, I'm sharing. I think I'm sharing now.
Okay, we can see.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. First of all, I have to say it precisely on this day. Now, this research committee is the most important one. That is the first thing that have changed in these 2 years, because right now, I really think that we are under really a totalitarian threat. And for that, we have to fight and we have to teach. We have to teach the constitutional rights. We have to teach our own history as a society. And we have to transmit to the people the importance of this, of all of these things that we are working. Congrats for that, for this conference, and to the organization and the university in Poland, because this is really important. And even with this evolving of these 2 years, we are going to have more struggling situations against the individual and against the things that make us more human in our different levels. So for that, I think this is the importance of all of this. And now with this Spanish case, I'm going to focus in the Spanish case, but also I'm going to put things for comparison and some things that I think that are important in all the world right now. No? With this constitution making and social response for political and human rights under these 2 years of changing scenario, and with the evolving of this day, with the threat also of the passport, of the green pass, of the limiting mobility, limiting human rights very deeply, precisely. No, with these points for that. Precisely, I am going to distinguish. I strongly agree with the presentation and the ideas of Professor Oscar Pérez de la Fuente, but I have one more sociological and political science approach, a more sociological approach. So for that, this is going to be different, no? The bubble right now is the thing that, like I am saying, this is for worry, and because the problem as this is not, we are not, cannot have to visualize the ending, and even the situation is worse for the defense of the individual, or if the individual right. No? The constitution making, this approach also is because we were using new parts of our constitution, and with that it was like, how are we are going to do this? Things Professor Oscar Pérez de la Fuente said, and also constitutional court response was expected. In Spain, we have a Supreme Court and a Constitutional Court. So they are different, and the Constitutional Court is not part of the judiciary. So for parts of the Constitution, the interpretation of the Constitutional Court is needed, but they cannot act by themselves. For example, one of the situations needed for they can act is you need 50 deputies in the lower chamber, or they can make a sentence and a statement of this. With this new part, the new sentence considered new procedure to follow. So there is a certain need of these sentences, even when they cannot act. So with that, and with that sentences, and with the new procedure, that is the part of the this new constitutional making. Well, with that, we have two very, that we can distinguish very clear two states of alarm, like Professor said previously, but we can distinguish also a characterization very different in the two, because in the both, because the situation also were changing from some parts of the country. We were not expecting that this one going to be so long. So in the first one, we had a very centralized state of alarm, cutting the state of autonomies, the regional level, and with a very severe confinement. You know? One of the most severe lockdowns in the world, but with the strange part, like you could walk with the dog, but you cannot, for example, walk by yourself for sport and for health. That was one of the problems, and with every 15 days under improvement in the lower chamber of the Congress, the deputies chamber, and every 15 days with changes. The Easter week was the most restricted one. This was one of the example with the new police state, talking to you if you are going, because nobody knows how many miles can walk with your dog, for example, no? And this is also important because was in the social response. The social response was weak and was very individual. This bag was the bag most expensive in the second market, most expensive, because with this bag, some people were buying it and going to the street like fake people. No? So the people wasn't fighting in a common, in a associated level, but they were saying, okay, I'm going to do by myself some of the part of the society, and for that was small. You know? With that, we were in the summer of 2020, and in October we have a first and a half state of alarm only for Madrid, because they were saying that Madrid was the threat for the health. One of the common messages, the threat for the health, but with not good justifications in the numbers or in the data. Just like this is like a chocolate card. This is one whatever even against the human rights or even against the constitutional rights. No, and with that, we jump to the second state of alarm. In this case, the characterization was a very decentralized state of alarm with benefits for Basque Country and Catalonia, and even with a deeper into the limitation of fundamental rights and constitutional rights, approved for 6 months. This was bad because in the Constitution they were saying that the state of alarm was not for this situation, and you have to go under the revision of the Parliament, the lower chamber, by the most days have to be 15. So this was a discussion because, like the lower chamber were approving, they were extending for 6 months. No, and also we can see how the political response was changing too, because they was evolving from the first with a very broader support to the last one approvement, and the longest one with a lower approvement of the lower chamber. So with that also a little social response was growing up. No, the Constitutional Court sentenced the Constitutional Court sentence only because one political party with 50 deputies were complaining and putting to the sentence with the minimum of 50 deputies. Very hard response with 3 sentences against, but not any punishment. It was for free because the Constitutional Court has not the capability of put a punishment. No, these were 3 sentences for the first state, for the second, and for the closing of the Parliament. Very totalitarian thing. Was also because they were saying you cannot put to the regional level to limit human rights and constitutional rights. For the second one, it was even harder, the response, and you cannot do it for the time that you do whatever you want. It's only for 15 days. And with that also we had regional judges response. Very different, even changes the regional 17 autonomous communities uncontested in the Supreme Court, but with party and one small part of the civil society too. With that, in the first state of alarm, they achieved to create. This is really amazing because they achieved to create with applauding at 8 from the balcony. They were achieving to create an atmosphere of like they were winning a war. So everybody, the most of the people, not everybody, but the most of the people are compliant on the situation, and even applauding at 8, even with this very severe lockdown, one of the most severe in the world. No, so this was a celebration in the balcony. At 8. Only a few medics, a few doctors, like this 4 in Association of Medics for the Truth. They were responding against the situation and against the limitations of human rights and even the limitations of the health rights. And with that, one of the sociological explanation is the media, because the media were in an anonymously always with anonymously message of the importance and of the health threat. So for that, the media were very important, and with this limited social response against, and even with this compliant, this very forwarding response of the people. So the media has a very important piece of the part of this threat to the human rights and the political participation of political things. No, because for example, they were saying this was a very important social media actor, Schrodinger cat in YouTube. They were saying the masks are for nothing. They are not useless at all. They were joking with the people that were needing help. And with this woman supported by the national government also and the national media. But after this, and with this raising proofs like this, they were 2 weeks later they were putting mandatory masking even in the. So this is another example of this, and the importance of the censorship on the social media. The importance of the censorship on the social media and the fact checkers. The fact checkers are under the support and the money of some pharmaceuticals and some of the very powerful people in the world, and they are just fact checking whatever they want and always that are going always in the direction of this totalitarian part and this totalitarian threat. Also, the government, they were doing very a lot of publicity, advertising with the vaccination. This was the sign of the government in Spain, and they were putting like vaccination as an example of the social responsibility. But even with official data, of Spain, now we have data of almost 2,000 people died of the vaccination. 2,000 people, and this is official data of the Ministry of Health of Spain. And now, I know that I have surpassed the 50 minutes, but I'll be finishing in 3. So, and now with this now threat, the threat of the passport for everything, not only to the mobility inside the European Union, also for go to the cafeteria or the gym in some part of Spain, in some part, because in some regions they are putting on, and in some regions not. They are fighting against this, and this is even another threat because the Constitutional Court said that the regional countries has not the constitutional power to limit the human rights and the human constitutional rights. So this is another threat. No? So now for finalizing with the conclusions, in the human rights, the health is not only not to put C in for COVID or whatever else. If a sum of variables like work, relations, economy, the development of the child, and feeding, sport, all of these things that they were limited on the first lockdown. Also, the political rights, participation in social gatherings or religious activities, and some of the discourses on social media that they are now so important with this censorship and a new kind of control. Now we are going deeper in this society of control, this threat of the human rights, this social control, and this society of control was in development in this 1.5 years and in these 2 years, with always this is huge, as the joker card of the health threat. The health threat that I want to just remember that in 1 year, this was 10 million of people dying for cancer and only 4 million people of dying for COVID. And in cancer, very young people dying, and with COVID, with the people very elderly and in very bad condition. No? And there was this impression of the class, of the political class, with this morning, there was a very impressed of this political class feeling very comfortable, just forbidding things and limiting human rights and constitutional rights. Also, there has been a strong response from the judges against this 6 months ago, but now social pressure, international pressure is all strong here they are putting more pressure even in the judges that with that they are taking this new, more restricted position for supporting the Green Pass in some regions, not now in the national level. With very difference also with some countries in the first place, like France or Italy, they were in the first place going in this green passport, and our judges were against. But this pressure, social pressure, is changing the things nowadays in this precision moment. And they were talking, and with they are putting even more obligatory, mandatory vaccination, even with in the United States positioning against this thing, but they are with this social pressure achieving this. No, so this is the last part. This is an evolving case right now. In the European level, we can compare, we can do this comparison, but in Spanish case, there is some particularity. My question and for the discussion is how and where is gonna end this, because with more compliance and with lower incidents, they are now more restrictions and less human rights. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to the organization and all the fellows for all. Thank you.
Ruben, if I may, of course, thank you very much for your speech. So we visited during this panel Spain, South Africa, Uganda, and now next Russia, of course, I'm sorry. And next step, it will be a very, very big step, because next speaker, Samantha Lopez, is from Hawaii and Philippines also. Samantha, can you hear us? Can you see us? Okay, where are you now, in fact?
I'm actually in the Philippines right now. I'm
okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And your speech will be on necropolitics and checkpoints, an interrogation into the death wards and death-making practices on the pandemic response of the Philippines. Okay, Samantha, the floor is yours, okay?
Right, if I may share my screen for the presentation. All right.
Sure.
Okay, can you guys see my presentation now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, allow me to start now so we can end this on time. So my presentation is on necropolitics and checkpoints, and interrogation into the death worlds and death-making practices of the pandemic response of the Philippines. So allow me to give you a brief background of the situation first. So during the beginning of the pandemic, President Rodrigo Duterte enacted the state of public health emergency. So under this public health emergency, which was given approval by the two houses of the Congress, the emergency powers were given to Duterte. So this allowed him to take extraordinary measures in the name of addressing the pandemic. So using his emergency powers, Duterte instituted different types of lockdowns with varying degrees of strictness. But it's important to note that at the beginning, this lockdown was a total and hard lockdown. So no one was allowed to go out, and no one was really allowed to go from one place to another. And this was implemented with the quarantine control points, or known as the checkpoints. So these were established along city boundaries, along areas with COVID outbreaks, and within our barangays and street level. So barangays, this is the smallest geopolitical unit in the Philippines. So allow me to talk about the spatio-temporal landscape of the checkpoints. So when I talk about the spatio-temporal landscape, I wanted to place focus on the disturbance of space and the disturbance of time. So when I talk about the disturbance of space, I was talking about the spatial fragmentation and discontinuity of space. So when checkpoints, these are physical structures, and depending on where you are, this can be like as simple as crude as, say, a string of rope along two poles, or it can be like a tall boot like configuration. So these are physical structures. So these serve to reinforce existing boundaries. So along city boundaries, say along barangay boundaries. But it's also important to note that this also marks the creation of new boundaries. So boundaries that were not there before. So places that you can just jump from one place to another without boundaries, or boundaries that's without boundaries. Now checkpoints are there now to kind of stall the movement. And aside from that, there's also the disruption of time, because checkpoints are often instituted along with curfews. And aside from that, because there are checkpoints, there are shifts in the daily lives of citizens to accommodate the checkpoints. So say, for instance, I would now have to change the time that I have to go to work, to have to leave for work, in order to avoid violating the curfew, or in order to accommodate the delays that I would undoubtedly face with the checkpoints. But it's also important to point out that the control over the time and space is arrogated to the state, who is the one that instituted the checkpoints in the first place. Now, I wanted to talk about the checkpoint system as a necropolitical device. So using necropolitics by Achille Mbembe, who is a critical race theorist, he offshoots from Foucault's biopolitics. So for him, biopolitics does not take into account the contemporary ways of subjugating life to the power of death. So under necropolitics, weapons are deployed in the interest of maximum destruction of persons and the creation of death worlds. Now for Mbembe, death worlds are these spaces outside the realm of livability, and people who are living in the death worlds are faced with the perpetual state of precarity. Now, as mentioned, Achille Mbembe took necropolitics to talk about more on racial relations, but I wanted to take his perspective on how the state imposes death upon its citizens and apply that in the checkpoint system. So death worlds and death making practices. So allow me to illustrate how the checkpoint system works as a necropolitical device by looking into the death making practices. So one of these death making practices can be manifested in the excess of force at the checkpoints. So by this, I mean that when you go into the checkpoints, the first thing that you will see are the checkpoint officers. Now, these checkpoint officers, often from the military, these are, as soon as you see them, you can see their guns, their nightsticks, and they are donned in protective gears. And it's important to note that these are military men who are controlling the movement of civilians. And then it's also, since the beginning of the pandemic, thousands of arrests have been recorded that have been implemented without warrant. So the data that I have was back in September 2020. So this was by the Joint Task Force on COVID Shield, so which is the task force for the COVID response in the Philippines. So according to their data, 100,000 arrests have already been made, and this was back in September 2020. So this was a figure from last year, and it would have undoubtedly perhaps even doubled by now. And aside from that, mistreatment and abuse of those attempting checkpoint passage have also been recorded. So some examples of this include people being locked in dog cages, and there was also the case of 2 kids who were locked in coffins and paraded around the barangay. And surprisingly, the reason why we found out about the children being locked up in coffins and paraded around the barangay, was because the official himself who caught the kids posted a video of it on Facebook. And aside from the physical and the violent force at the checkpoint system, I also wanted to take the queer critique of necropolitics, which talks about the unremarkable, the ordinary, and the mundane, to show how slow violence occurs. Now, I took Nixon's conceptualization of slow violence, which was described as the violence that occurs gradually and out of sight. So unlike the excess of force at the checkpoints, wherein you can already see the threat of violence and force at the checkpoints, here slow violence is that occurs gradually and out of sight. And to illustrate the clear critique of necropolitics, I wanted to talk about the experience of going through the checkpoints in your daily lives. So this is, as I mentioned earlier, the checkpoint system is an exemplification of the disturbance of space and time. Now, this disturbance is experienced differently by different groups of people. So this is what we call the differentiated vulnerabilities. some people are more vulnerable to others when passing through the checkpoint system. Specifically, the poor and marginalized communities are more vulnerable and they bear the brunt of the crisis. So this is manifested in the visceral experience of checkpoint passage. So the experience of checkpoint passage is one of unpredictability and anxious anticipation. Now, the rules for the checkpoint system is supposed to be governed by the national rules under the interagency task force. So the checkpoint system, like the requirements for passing through the checkpoints, should have been governed by the national policies. However, that is not the case since there are thousands of checkpoints and each checkpoint is the manning of the checkpoints have kind of been devolved to the people who are managing it. And so the people who are managing it, instead of following the national guidelines, kind of like made up rules of their own. And so there are multiple and arbitrary regimes of rules. So we have the local rules and you have the national rules, but you also have the rules that were instituted by the people who are manning the checkpoints themselves, who are not following the national or the local guidelines per se. So within this world of ambiguity, people become obligated to accept arbitrary decisions and indignities inflicted by the officers. So that this means that, see, for instance, allow me to illustrate. I pass through multiple checkpoints when I go to work. So each checkpoint is governed by the different set of rules. So for instance, for the main checkpoints, I have to present, say, a permit from the company saying that I really have to go to work. And then there are some checkpoints that I have to pass through wherein I am like interrogated, like, who are you? What do you do? Sometimes they even ask about my age, where do you live, where are you from, and what are you going to do here? So it's kind of like every time I'm subject to the checkpoints, I'm also subject to interrogation. So there is this checkpoint passage wherein you don't know what you're going to expect next because you can't rely on any solid set of rules. And so this is what we mean that within the world of ambiguity, you're kind of forced to accept this because they have their own set of rules that you are not aware of and you are not privy to. And so this was maintained, this kind of checkpoint system, which is this kind of checkpoint system was maintained by what we call the war imaginary in the perpetual state of emergency. So there is this dualist logic of us, the law-abiding citizens, versus them who are the quarantine violations. So quarantine violators, I mean. So the war imaginary was exemplified by Duterte's policy decisions and pronouncements. So during his late night policy pronouncements, he would call for the obliteration of the quote-unquote the enemy. So this is a quote, this is a direct quote from one of his speeches. He said that I will not hesitate if your lives are if your lives are on the line. So he was talking to the police officers. He was talking to the military men here. Shoot them dead. Do you understand? Dead. So this was a direct quote. So he was talking about the quarantine violators, and he was giving this order to the army and the military men who will man the checkpoints. And aside from that, the war imaginary was also exemplified in his decision to put retired war generals at the helm of the interagency task force, which is the head of the pandemic response. So the interagency task force comes up with the policy decisions. So they come up with how the pandemic is going to be handled, and they craft policies for the pandemic response. So when you have retired war generals at the helm of the pandemic response, then it's expected that you have militarized response to the pandemic, which is exemplified in the way that the checkpoint system was designed. And so there is this, aside from that, there's also this imaginary of the state as being in constant peril, that if you don't follow the quarantine requirements, if you don't abide by the system of the checkpoint, then you are kind of responsible for the state collapsing, for the pandemic response collapsing. So there is this there is this narrative of the state that is being in constant peril. However, I would like to end with this. So mourning, death, care, and survival in the face of death. So mourning encourages finding care with the living dead, and it allows the living to form a relational intimacy with the living dead. So here I wanted to talk about how the ways by which people subvert, reject, resist, and accommodate the checkpoint system. So you can see this mourning in everyday resistance and protests and movements. And so since because of the pandemic and because of the quarantine, because of the checkpoint requirements, protests and movements have taken on different forms. So they have taken the form of digital resistance. And there are also the patchwork of community efforts. So there are people who set up community pantries, which is a pantry where people who need say food can just come in and go and take as they need. So these are affirmative practices of death care. So this shows that even within the ostensible inescapability of death worlds, there are spaces for resistance and survival. So even with a checkpoint system in place, there are ways by which people can survive, subvert, and resist the checkpoint system so that they can continue their survival in the phase of a state that continues to impose that. And so that ends my presentation, and thank you very much for accommodating me today.
Okay, Samantha, thank you very much for interesting speech. And now, may I ask Roman for comments, questions, suggestions? Roman, please.
Thank you very much for so excellent papers. I am amazing about all papers, and I have few questions. First one to Oscar and Ruben. What do you think about level of democracy in contemporary Spain in time of COVID pandemia? It is my first question. The second one is for Tatiana. You spoke about migrants in Russia. Which is proportion between gray and black zone in migrants in contemporary Russia? I have another question about Marianne and Hannah about reasons, causes of differences between corruption in South Africa and in Uganda. The paper about necropolitics is shaking my soul. It is very amazing paper from anthropologist point of view. It is untypical for political or legal sciences. My question is, if you would like to compare the category of death at the necropolitic, you would like to compare with soul, with evaporation, anemia, or you create another comparison? Once again, the beautiful, on very high level papers. I am amazing that I have occasion to hear so good papers. Thank you very much. I suppose Oscar would like to answer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Very interesting. About the level of democracy, well, this is a question quite interesting in Spain. Has been very controversial, the level of democracy. Okay, some people say that in the democracy index, Spain is well situated, better than other consolidated democracies, or Spain is a full democracy in this democracy index. As you know, politically now the government is composed by a left-wing coalition, and is supported by the independentists and the nationalists. And it's interesting because this left-wing coalition, all these decisions that we have commented, the other speaker, the other Spanish speaker and me, these decisions came from this left-wing coalition, and now the Constitutional Court, that usually is considered as conservative, has said that, for example, things that are considered that a question of horizontal accountability, or that the government has not been accountable during the pandemic. For example, this question that we have commented, the state of alarm and the state of exception should be a state of exception instead of a state of alarm, because if there is a restriction of fundamental rights, or the other ruling that have mentioned my colleague, that the parliament has not to be closed under the pandemic because only there is a state of alarm, and the parliament should work while pandemic, and has no, this is against accountability, that the parliament closes during the pandemic. This is against accountability. I can imagine if this decision should be taken by a right-wing coalition. It should be a great criticism, but okay, this is one reflection, one line of thought. Another line of thought is what I mentioned about the autocratic systems and the democratic systems and the efficacy. If you have a pandemic, if you have a catastrophe, you have to have efficacy. You have to do things well. And I think this is the reason why the government tried to do the things by decree. I think in other countries, for example, in Greece or in Italy, they approve certain measures by a decree. And there is no problem to approve certain measures by a decree. Okay, there is a problem for the jurist because this is against the rule of law, and this is protection of the fundamental rights. There is some reasons, but we need efficacy. However, what I am trying to say in my paper is that we have to have efficacy, but we have to be accountable. That's the idea. That we have to be accountable. Accountable means inform your acts, justify your actions, be rewarded, be punished. That's my point of view.
Thank you very much.
I will try to answer a question which is actually unanswerable, I think, because we do not have pretty well circulated statistical information, and in general, it's really difficult to define the gray and black zones of migration in general, even if statistics is working and developed more or less perfect. And I would just like to say that to my some kind of intuitive thought, probably I may say that the all spectrum of, so to say, both between great and black zones of different intensity of this color are still in Russia, instead of those who were working officially I mean, before the pandemic situation, because you know that it is a quite sensitive issues, and of course when we are coming to this kind of more or less close to criminological discourses issues, of course we will find an exactly extra additional and much more poignant problematics of these hidden zones of migration. But if we are talking about external, about external migration flows, but when we are just looking on the situation in Russia in general, as I was trying to say in the very beginning, at the very first slide, commenting the very first slide of my presentation, I just may say that not less than half of population at the moment might be considered as a kind of gray zone internal migrants as well, because we have an official registration, which previously in the during the Soviet time was called the, I think your Polish colleagues also know this word, propiska. At the moment we have just registration, but of course, this situation really depend on and vary from region to region, because we have more than 80 regions, and each region has its own labor market situations and restrictions and infrastructural things, etc., etc. And majority of regions, instead of probably Moscow, St. Petersburg, and some and few or more big million population of cities, or over 1 million population cities, are still are more or less okay in economically issues. I mean, I think you understand what I'm talking about, because inequalities between regions is also in the economic field is really huge. And it, of course, it creates flows, internal flows as well, in a very different way.
And you suppose the majority of migrants are at the black zone?
It depends what kind of migrants, of course.
Yeah, thank you.
It depends, because social, when we are coming to this intersectionality, we will find it more clear. You know, it depends on level of education, qualification, etc., etc. So of course it depends, and I don't even dare to say that actually I could find easily good research about these issues at the moment in Russia, at least in the Russian-speaking.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for your question. So with regard to the differences between South Africa and Uganda, I must say, for example, statistically, South Africa is performing well with regard to its management of corruption. And then, of course, that is also collaborated with the evidence in the sense that when we talk about the biggest, scandal with regard to COVID-19, the digital vibe scandal that involved the Minister of Health, he had to resign as a result of the probe that was going on. Now compare this to Uganda, whereas there were still, prominent government officials who were implicated in some of the corruption cases, such as in the office of the Prime Minister. We did not have any serious issues of them resigning. They actually still stayed in office, despite the fact that there was actually questions around them. So in that case, corruption, South Africa is performing well in that regard, with regard to some kind of punishment, and so that there's implications towards that, whereas Uganda, they seem to just, go ahead as business as usual. Yes, but then in similarities, yes, in terms of grand corruption, it's the whole at high levels, in both countries. So I think one can draw from the other in the sense that Uganda could probably learn from South Africa in terms of how government officials respond to situations where they're actually implicated, because ethically, it would mean that you should resign from your office if your office is being implicated in a particular scandal. But in the event that in Uganda, the president even seems to condone it to a certain extent, then it basically means it's going nowhere with regard to corruption. Yes.
It depend more from tribe tradition, or from political culture, or from level of rule of law? differences between Uganda and South Africa?
Yes, I would say yes. There's a bit of a difference, definitely, politically. And in Uganda, we would say that the political scene seems to be run more by patronage compared to South Africa. And when you're looking at a political environment that is run more by patronage, then that means people seem to pay allegiance more to their godfather, quote unquote, than to the people they actually represent. So that means the implications and the ramifications of someone's action are not as gross compared to where the society is more democratic, as we would see in the case of South Africa. So yes, the political situation has an implication, and the traditions and the culture has an implication.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would like to add something. South Africa is quite particular because it's not the political landscape, it's the ruling party, the African National Congress, which is considered as a neo-patrimonial, party. When you have now a very a problem with corruption. And I must say that we talk about this big scandal, but before that, there was another big scandal, the state capture scandal in South Africa. So this is why when we heard about this new scandal, the minister had to resign, because before, a lot of officials were involved in this step capture scandal, and during well, I should say maybe less than 10 years, nothing happened. So now with the new President Cyril Ramaphosa, they have to do something to show to the citizens that the African National Congress try to fight against corruption. Is not a question of institution, is not a question of that the president didn't talk about corruption in January 2020. It's a, well, I should say it's a problem of ethic, of morality. I was really surprised to notice after, well, less than 1 year to this other big scandal, corruption, especially in the context of pandemic like we have.
Thank you very much. I suppose Ruben would like to say about the level of democracy in Spain.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, your nice comments. And also I have to say that I really like this kind of index, like freedom of the house. But maybe in this index, for example, freedom of the house or the economist, they have things that they are not reflecting, more sociological things in the structure. And for example, for this case that now we are working, if you have one sentence from your constitutional court that you are saying that you have closed your parliament illegally, unconstitutional, you must resign. You need to call to an election, and they are not doing that. So that is very, very bad, and they need to make these changes. I think this sentence is one of the most hardest sentences in the contemporary Western democracies.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also, for my question, that was actually a pretty interesting question on political thought. So his question was on if whether the dead in the Philippines, the dead people in necropolitics can be compared with other forms of dead, say zombies. So this is actually a really interesting question, and I was thinking about it a while ago. So when you think about it, that's kind of like what the state is trying to do, right? So they're trying to make people into zombies. So they're trying to relegate people into the status of zombies, the status of living dead. Because what the checkpoint system is essentially doing is kind of cutting people off from their economic survival. So you are essentially, with a checkpoint system, you are essentially creating these I would say zones of abandonment. So people who are abandoned by the state, who are cut off from their livelihood, from their economic survival. But I would say that to relegate them into to compare them to zombies would also be to ignore the way that people resist this categorization. So we can see that people are trying to people are trying to resist being made into these quote unquote zombies, into this living dead. They are trying to resist the current conditions they are in. So I would say that the zombie is what the state is trying to relegate these people, to categorize these people as, but the people are also resisting this kind of category.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, speakers, and thank you very much, Roman, for very nice comments, questions, and your commentary. Thank you very much. And so it seems that next session we will start at 1 p.m. with special guests, special speakers, Professor Felipe González Morales, United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights of Migrants. Professor Morales, I guess that he will be in Chile, and this session will lead Oscar, yeah? And in second part, I hope that we will connect with Professor Songurov also. Once again, thank you very much to all speakers for interesting presentations and discussion, for brilliant comments. Thank you very much. And I hope we will see during the next plenary session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please stay on this channel, of course. Yeah.
I
Yes.
actually wanted to ask: will it be translated on YouTube, from YouTube to Facebook as well, or on YouTube as well? Because
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure.
I'm working not
Yeah.
so good for on my computer. Maybe
Don't worry. Yeah.
I will
Of
start
course.
probably here, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have also transmission on YouTube. Yeah.
YouTube, it will.
Live.
Thank you.
Okay.
Was
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
It was very nice to hear you.
Morning.
Good morning, Professor. Hello. Welcome to
Hello.
Poland. Welcome to
Thank
Poland.
you very much. Thank you. Hola,
Thank you
Oscar.
very much for joining this session. This is a great privilege for us and for all society. We will start at 1 p.m. Okay, we have 5 minutes. And Oscar, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you will start, yeah, of course, because you are organizers of this conference, yeah?
Yeah, okay. I will start at 1 p.m.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, very well. Yeah. Okay. It was interesting the previous session. The papers were very interesting. It was a problem of time because we didn't know exactly the time of the. But okay, I talked 20 minutes. I think Tatiana talked 25 minutes. And the other speakers more or less the same. It was interesting the two views about the Spanish situation.
Okay.
My paper and the other paper was about the Spanish situation on COVID, the constitutional court rulings on COVID and the state of alarm, the state of exception, and these things. And okay.
Oscar, do you know that yesterday Polish session ended at 6 p.m.?
Okay.
It was a very hot discussion.
It was very interesting, the conference of the plenary session with the former ombudsman. Yeah, very interesting.
Thank you.
And well, yes, Felipe Gonzalez, yeah, we are very pleased with your presence and that you accept our invitation. And yes, and we have this issue that I mentioned in an email yesterday, that the other speaker will come at 1:40. We expect that the other speaker will come at 1:40. Then you can speak 30 minutes quietly, and then we will have your debate, your questions for the public. Maybe I ask you some questions from your speech, and yes, and that's the organization of the session.
Perfect.
I hope that will be some questions from Poland because you know about this crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border, yeah.
But you know that I asked for a visit to the governments of Poland and Belarus.
Really?
To go to the border. Unfortunately, I have not been yet granted the acceptation by both countries, but I hope I can do it at some point in January. Because I need an invitation from governments to conduct visits, and then I can submit a report to the Human Rights Council of the United Nations.
I see.
Okay, yeah, this will be a very interesting topic for today for your speech, and yes, it's as I mentioned in my welcoming speech. Now Poland, for different reasons, every country, but now Poland for different reasons is very interesting for human rights. Unfortunately,
you are right.
Yes, it's
Poland and Hungary, of course. However, I think that on this scale, Poland is now for farther than Hungary even. Maybe not long, however, a little bit on the same position. Yeah. Some years ago, president of the ruling party said that we will have the Budapest in Warsaw. So we have it.
Yeah. Well, for this reason, this conference is so special and so important. And yes, and it's a great opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity and very, very interesting. Okay, I think 1 minute left. And
yes. So we can start, yeah?
Okay.
We can start, yeah?
Okay. Now is the second plenary session of this international symposium, how the years 2020, 2021 have changed the world, organized by the Minkiewicz University of Poznan, Poland. In this plenary session, we have two key speakers. The first one is Felipe González Morales, United Nations Relator for Migrants and Refugees. And the second is Professor Alexander Sungurov, that is a professor at St. Petersburg School of Social Science and Area Studies. We are very pleased to for having today with us Felipe González Morales as a special guest of these plenary sessions. And I am going to explain some of his main features of his curriculum. Felipe González Morales was appointed United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Immigrants and Refugees by the Human Rights Council in June 2017. Mr. González is a professor of international law at the Diego Portales University in Santiago de Chile, where he also directs the master's degree in international human rights. Between 2008 and 2015, he served as commissioner and rapporteur on migrants in the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, on which he was president between 2010 and 2011. He's also professor in international human rights law in various postgraduate programs at Carlos III University of Madrid since 2003, as well as other universities in Spain. Since 2001, he has served as a professor at the American University Academy of Human Rights in Washington, D.C. He is founder and first director of the Diego Portales University Human Rights Center. He is also the founder and first director of the Latin American Network of Human Rights Legal Clinics. Felipe González, for us, it's a great honor that you accepted our invitation. And now is your turn.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this invitation from the organizer to address you in this International Day of Human Rights. I would like to start by saying that it's very much needed at this time around the world to emphasize the importance of the human rights of migrants in a context at which these rights are usually placed in a second position. Security-inspired migration policies prevail around the world, and it's key to revert this trend and ensure that human rights becomes the main focus of the migration policies. Of course, this should be done attending also to security considerations, but not at the expense of the human rights of migrants. I think that the topic that has been assigned to me is a very relevant one concerning the situation of migrants in the context of the pandemic. As you may imagine, over the last 2 years, I have had the opportunity to address this issue on a number of occasions at different fora. I submitted a report about the pandemic and the human rights of migrants to the United Nations General Assembly last October, and along with the Committee on Migrant Workers of the United Nations, my mandate has issued also a number of statements, including a joint guidance note to states to address adequately the pandemic with full consideration of the human rights of migrants, and another statement regarding the right to vaccination for migrants. As a general trend, I would say that the situation of migrants in the context of the pandemic has shown how difficult is the situation for them. I wouldn't say something completely new, really. And what we can observe is that many of the restrictions and limitations of the human rights of migrants in the current context of the pandemic are a more acute development of a prior situation or trends. And I would like to start in this regard with the issue of the access to public services, especially the issue of access to health services. Of course, as you may all be aware, migrants have endured during the pandemic a lot of restrictions, either by law or in practice, in their access to health services. But in truth, this is nothing new, really. We can see around the world, we saw around the world before the pandemic, many restrictions to the right to health for migrants in the different regions of the world, particularly in the case of irregular migrants. There are many countries at which irregular migrants only receive medical attention in urgent situations. Urgent situations that quite often do not derive from an accident or something completely new, but that may be the result of the lack of regular attention that leads in the end to an urgent situation. In other countries, there is a provision of health services for irregular migrants in situations other than urgent ones. But quite often, in a number of countries, in many countries, the health personnel share the information about the migrants with the enforcement agencies. What does this imply? This implies that migrants will be afraid of going to the hospitals because they could be detained and eventually deported. Over the last few weeks, for instance, we have been, from the reportership, we have been following the situation in the Dominican Republic, where Asian migrant women who are pregnant have been detained in hospitals and summarily deported. This is absolutely against international law. And this means that either the law enforcement agencies are watching and monitoring the situation in the hospitals, or that the hospital personnel share the information about the migrants with the enforcement agencies. So what is very much needed, indispensable, I would say, is that there are strong firewalls between the access to health services and the law enforcement agencies, so as migrants will not be afraid of going to health services to receive medical attention. And this, of course, is especially acute in the context of the pandemic. The same can be said related to other public services. For instance, on the issue of access to justice, it is indispensable that migrants can go and lodge a complaint, for instance, or can defend themselves for complaints presented against them. If this doesn't occur, this will lead to impunity. If they are afraid that their presence and the information about them when they're in an irregular status will be shared with law enforcement agencies, that will mean that they will not present any complaints. Another important topic that I'm sure is relevant for many countries is the issue of and I am aware that it's an issue also in Poland, is the use of exceptional measures. This has been done in the context of the pandemic by many countries, either by enacting states of emergencies or by adopting exceptional laws, exceptional legislation. Of course, a pandemic truly represents an exceptional situation, and exceptional measures are needed to confront it. But there are several points here. First is that over time, we have been for almost 2 years with the pandemic. Over time, states should have learned how to deal with the pandemic without exceptional measures or resorting to exceptional measures only in very specific circumstances. And second, even the measures adopted in the context of states of emergency should be narrowly tailored and ensure that are applied in a manner that is not in violation of the human rights of migrants. I think in this regard, it's very important the judicial control of the powers and measures and enforcement of the measures adopted by the executive. It's indispensable that an independent power, public power like the judiciary controls effectively the governments in this regard. And I think that the balance in this regard in the different regions of the world and the different countries of the world is very different. We have seen in some countries that the judiciary has effectively played that role in controlling the policies and measures adopted by states in the context of a pandemic, and other countries where they have not done so either for reluctance or for obstacles placed by the government or by the legislation. Also, as a general matter, in the context of the pandemic and the situation of the migrants, I would like to bring the attention about the trends of criminalization, stigmatization, xenophobia. These, again, are features that were present in many countries before the pandemic, but which have become more acute during the current context. In this regard, some states practice a very open xenophobic discourse in full violation, complete violation of international human rights standards. And other countries do so in a more subtle, but also very dangerous way. By more subtle, I mean that they are not directly attacking the migrants, but they are assimilating in a way migrants, especially irregular ones, with delinquency and with criminality. So we have seen this, for instance, in the massive practice of immigration detention in many countries, or by deportations conducted in ways that clearly stigmatize the migrants, or by expelling together migrants who have committed very grave crimes with others who have committed no crimes, but only were in an irregular status in the country of destination, and they are put in a whole bag, so to speak. So for the general public, the general population, it looks like all of them committed grave crimes, which is not the case very usually, and many other initiatives. At this time, I would say that in most democratic countries, irregular entry does not constitute a criminal behavior per se. However, we can see that many countries continue to practice immigration detention, now not based on criminal grounds, but on administrative grounds for having entered into a country without a permit, without a visa, or in some other irregular way. And this is also a manner to criminalize the migrants when it is practiced for cases which do not deserve such treatment. According to international law, restriction of the liberty, the privation of liberty of migrants should be a measure of last resort. It should also be restricted exclusively for adult migrants. What we see instead is that in many countries, adult immigration detention is practiced in a massive manner, and that immigration detention of children is also practiced. This is a very worrisome practice. I have been in a number of meetings regarding this matter, and particularly the issue of immigration detention of children. You may remember that this was an issue that was very much discussed around the world on occasion of the policies of the Trump administration. Of course, those policies brought immigration detention of children to an extreme. But immigration detention of children continue to be practiced in our countries, including countries of Europe. 77 countries around the world established the possibility of conducting immigration detention of children. Not the 77 are actually practicing it, but they can do so according to their own legislation. So this is a very, very complex practice, which is against international law, as has been repeatedly stated by many international human rights bodies. The issue of racism is also often linked with xenophobia and criminalization. I have seen in a number of visits to countries, even in some countries that restricted immigration, that at the same time they were receiving without not much problem immigrants who were from the same ethnic origin. So there was a distinction, a discrimination in that regard, because the immigration policies depended to a significant extent to the race, to the ethnic origin of the person who was trying to migrate. Another issue which is of importance, it is of importance at all times, but it has become more acute in the context of the pandemic, is the issue of regularization. In the Western countries, we have not seen regularization processes often for a long time. Not in the first world countries, at least. For instance, I know some of the figures. For instance, in Spain, the last year when a broad regularization process took place was 2005. In the United States, this occurred in the late 1980s. And so is the case for most countries in the first world. In Latin America, which is receiving many migrants and asylum seekers these days, especially from Venezuela, some regularization processes have been conducted, but they are becoming less and less frequent. I would say that the case of Colombia is the most relevant one in this regard, that extended a regularization to almost 2 million of Venezuelans who are living in Colombia. During the pandemic, many countries have extended temporary permits for irregular migrants for the duration of the pandemic, or have extended permits that were about to end during the pandemic. This has been the case of many countries in Europe, such as, for instance, Portugal or Italy, and other countries as well. Those two were the first ones which did it. But we have not seen permanent regularization processes. So all these are temporary measures that are very much needed. I recognize that they are very much needed in the context of the pandemic, but are not a definitive solution. First, you have to think about the issue of the end of the pandemic. I hope that they arrive soon. But when the pandemic ends, its social economic effects will be still in place. So it's very important to have the migrants allowed to stay beyond the end of the sanitary crisis, or to have a regularization in this regard. Otherwise, they're going to confront a very serious and difficult situation. The issue of deportations is also a key one. Again, an issue that was before the pandemic, and it is during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we saw at the beginning of it that there was a decrease in deportations. But over time, the figures became more or less the same than before. My office, my mandate has, over the last couple of years, has placed an emphasis on the issue of pushbacks, or devoluciones in caliente in Spanish, which are summary deportations of migrants without due consideration of the right to seek asylum or the right to access to justice. They are summarily deported without an adequate exam or no exam at all of their individual situations. These represent collective expulsions, which are against international law, and may represent a violation of the principle of non-refoulement, or the non-devolution principle, by which states are prevented from sending persons to a country where they may face a serious risk. This is an issue, you know, in the case, for instance, in the Mediterranean, where through different ways, persons have been sent back to Libya. Persons from different countries, basically from different African countries, are sent back to Libya, which is not a safe country, and where they may confront very serious risks for their lives or their well-being. I submitted a report on this matter to the Human Rights Council, the issue of pushbacks, and I mentioned many countries in Europe in this regard, many countries in Europe which continue to practice it and do not resort to more humane ways to regulate migration. There is also the issue of those migrants in the context of the pandemic, which would like to return to their countries of origin. Especially during the first months of the pandemic, we saw that some countries, even invoking sanitary considerations, prevented their own nationals from coming back to their own countries. Of course, there is a very solid, well-established human rights to go back to your own country, which is from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, whose anniversary we celebrate today, on through all the most important international human rights treaties, and it's the constitution of the democratic countries. But with the excuse of the sanitary situation, some prohibitions were put in place in this regard. Now, so there is, of course, the issue of the responsibility of the country of origin to accept back a person who has migrated. But there is also a responsibility on the part of the country of destination, or the country of transit, the country where the migrant actually is. And I mention this because many of the migrants who have had to go back to their countries of origin, the cause has been that they do not receive an adequate provision of health services, or some basic, they don't get satisfied some basic social needs in the country of destination in the context of the pandemic. So this shows a failure on the part of the public policies, especially social policies, and sometimes health policies of the countries of destination. We could say that this forces the migrants to try to go back to their own countries. So there is the issue for the country of origin and for the country of destination as well. Finally, I would like to mention the issue of the role of the civil society, the issue of the monitoring of the human rights conditions of migrants, and so forth. The civil society plays a key role in the defense of the human rights of migrants. They have confronted many restrictions in the different regions of the world. This has been either through laws enacted at the local level or as de facto measures adopted by the governments, or by threats and menaces and sometimes killings of human rights defenders. This is a matter that we have repeatedly addressed at the rapporteurship, and so has done the special rapporteur on the human rights of the defenders. Because I would say that the situation of the defenders of the human rights of migrants is a particularly delicate one. And in the context of the pandemic, it has become even more acute and more difficult. You may have seen all those initiatives, including in the Mediterranean, but by other countries as well, by which the provision of humanitarian aid by human rights defenders or by civil society organization is criminalized. They are brought to the local tribunals for alleged cases of smuggling of migrants, when they are obtaining no money at all for this provision of humanitarian services, humanitarian help. And in this regard, I think that one of the key roles of the civil society, in addition to the provision of humanitarian aid and legal defense, when it is a civil society which provides that kind of service, is the issue of monitoring. The independent monitoring of the situation of the human rights of migrants is a key aspect that should be enhanced at all times and should be respected by states. And this is not always the case, not even in democratic regimes. And in the context of the pandemic, we have seen how many states invoke the sanitary crisis as an excuse, not well funded, I would say, to restrict this monitoring, this independent monitoring. For instance, especially I would say in the case of monitoring of the conditions of immigration detention centers. It is very important that the civil society is allowed to go into the immigration detention centers and report to the community about that situation. So I would like to end by making a call to the states in this regard, in this International Day of Human Rights, about the role of the civil society organizations and the obligation for states to respect the work of the civil society organizations, especially in the area of the protection of the human rights of migrants, who are usually in a very vulnerable situation, especially when they are with an irregular status. So I will stop here. I'm willing, of course, to have an exchange with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Morales. It has been a very interesting speech, a complete panorama of the situation of immigrants during COVID. Okay, then we have some minutes for a debate. I don't know if someone in the audience would like to ask some questions to Professor Morales.
If I may, Oscar.
Yeah, of course.
Because we were discussing about the case of Poland before the session in off broadcasting. However, may I ask Professor Morales about the short comment to the situation? I'm sorry for my point of view. However, situation on Polish-Belarusian border, because this is in fact a big challenge. It seems from one hand, migrants. We can observe a kind of weaponization of migrants in this case. However, on the other hand, we have the statement and policy of Polish government, member of EU. So Could you share with us short comments on this situation? I will be grateful for it. Thank you very much.
Well, I have made public calls to the governments of Poland and Belarus not to politicize this issue and to fully respect the human rights of migrants and asylum seekers in the border. I understand this is a very complex situation, which is caused by many factors. But the key point here is that political concerns should not override the protection of the human rights of migrants. In this respect, I have requested invitations from the governments of Poland and Belarus to conduct a visit to the countries and specifically to the border. And I hope that this visit may take place soon, hopefully in January. This should allow me to engage in a direct exchange with the authorities of both countries to interview the migrants themselves and report to the international community.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if there is more questions. I would like to ask something. Well, this is a bit academic, but I think it's interesting. Sometimes we say something that is wrong, that immigrants are a minority. And from the point of view of the international law, immigrants are not a minority. Maybe they are a vulnerable group. My first question, well, there are two questions. First, as a vulnerable group, do you think migrants with COVID has increased their inequality? Because one thing that is commonly said about COVID is that increased inequalities. This is particularly important for immigrants. And another question is, okay, there are different levels. One is the legal status. This is very important for immigrants. Another level is social rights. But also there are other levels that usually are forgotten as cultural rights or political rights. Do you think COVID affects the migrant situation in these levels at the more or less the same, or affects especially the legal status and the social rights?
Thanks, Oscar. Well, I think that the first point that you did about the minorities and migrants is an important one, because, for instance, I would like to put an example with the Roma. The Roma are treated in many countries as they were migrants, and they are not, or some of them may be, but in Europe, for instance, in Spain, they are, I would say, almost all of them Spaniards. So they are not immigrants. And I think it's very important that to be enhanced and underlined, because otherwise in the public domain, there may be a prevailing opinion that, well, they are not nationals, so we don't need to recognize them the same rights that we have, and they are nationals belonging to a minority. So that's why we have in the system of special procedures at the United Nations two separate rapporteurships. There is a special rapporteur on minorities and a special rapporteur on migrants, in addition to many rapporteurs, to make that clear distinction. And I think that it's a way to enhance the position of the minorities. Regarding the situation of the inequalities, well, of course, I mean, because the migrants, especially irregular ones, but not only irregular ones, are usually in a difficult economic position. in a context of an economic crisis, this becomes more acute. But in addition to that, I should say that we have observed in a number of countries, including democratic countries like Australia, for instance, a worrisome trend by which migrants sometimes are not included in some social programs during the pandemic. So I'm talking also about regular migrants here. So there are some programs that are only for nationals that in fact discriminate the migrants, both regular and irregular, by not having access to some social programs in a very much needed context. And then, of course, there are the implications on cultural and political rights. The issue of political rights of migrants is not a very settled one, I would say. The legislations of different countries, democratic countries, varies enormously in this regard. In some countries, this will depend on your nationality or will depend on bilateral agreements. While in ours, the political rights of migrants are more broadly recognized. And I have seen this also here in Chile. We have been in a number of elections throughout this year. We will have the final ballot for presidential elections in 10 days. Migrants, even those who have the right to vote, have not done so on a significant basis, which may be lack of mobilization or that they're not feeling integrated into the country, so they do not engage in the political process, even though the political discussion refers to them as well as one of an important matter, I would say, in the case of Chile.
Yeah, precisely. I have two more questions. The first one is, okay, you have a very global approach, a very interesting approach for us, because you see the problems of a lot of a great amount of countries. And my question for you is, how you analyze and what measures could be applied about the question of anti-immigration speech for certain parties, especially extreme right parties, who uses an anti-immigration speech, who uses xenophobia as a political speech. Do you think there is a way to fight against this, or the way is the law, the way is education?
Yeah, well, I think it's especially a matter of creating public conscience in this regard, so as not having popular support for this kind of discourse and initiative. I don't think that the punishing will be the solution. It may even have it may enlarge the discourse when they will feel victimized, and they will persist in that xenophobic discourse. But of course, in certain situations, for instance, when this discourse may incite to violence, it should be punished. And I would say that the attitude of the governments is a key one here. Is a key one. I remember when I did a visit to Hungary, I had many meetings with governmental officials, and in some of the meetings, they were telling me that there is not a proved link between a certain type of discourse and a certain type of attitude of the general population. And of course, we are not doing studies of biology or physics here in causal relationships. But history clearly shows that a xenophobic discourse rapidly inflames and provokes a response from the general population, especially at the times of crisis. And that's why I think in the context of a sanitary crisis, which has an economic component as well, like the current one, it's especially risky to persist with this xenophobic discourse.
Okay, and my last question is about the pushbacks. From your point of view, how you interpreted the rulings that convalidate these pushbacks? I think in the European Court of Human Rights, there are some rulings convalidating these pushbacks in the Ceuta frontier in Spain. You have explained it very well from the point of view of the international law, that pushbacks are against international law. And what do you think about?
Well, the report that I mentioned that my mandate prepared about pushbacks was done later, was done after the European Court judgment on Spain, and I think it was important to put this in place in a broad global manner that, of course, refers to a number of countries in Europe, not only Spain, but many countries really. I mentioned in the report, I don't know, 12 countries or so which practice pushbacks. I wouldn't say that strictly speaking, there is a difference in the legal standards in that judgment of the European Court and the report of the rapporteurship. What I think is that there is a way that the European Court analyzes some facts in the case of the Moroccan Spanish border that has been very much disputed. I don't enter into that. Of course, it's not the role of a UN body to analyze decisions by regional bodies. But I think that's my point, because the main difference, because the court considered that with the system in place, for instance, the right to seek asylum in the border of Ceuta and Spain was granted, or the access to justice as well, with some consular services. And that has been very much disputed by the civil society in Spain, from Spain. But there is a different legal standard, really. And I think that the fact that European Court decision revert a series of these prior decisions, including some on Spain on the same issue, reflects that there is a different appreciation of the facts. But I think that there are many cases in countries of Europe where pushbacks are being practiced in a regular manner, and unfortunately they are considered by the governments as a legal practice.
Well, as a chair of the Research Committee 26 of the International Political Science Association, I would like to thank to Professor.
Oscar, I'm sorry, because Tatiana have some questions. Is it possible?
Well, okay, but he has raised a hand. Okay, yes, Tatiana.
Please switch on the microphone.
Yeah.
Unmute, okay?
Do you hear me at the moment? Something happening strange with my my mic is just living its own life. Sorry. I just wanted to ask two questions, but in short, maybe in short. First one is connected with my also my professional interest connected with the gender issues of migration. And I would like to ask in your activity, in your expertise, do you use any kind of special measures which can be considered as a gender or focusing on kind of gender dimensions of migration? And the second one is also somehow relevant to the, Professor Oscar Perez del Fuente asking, but in a little bit other way. I'm quite interested also in a situation and your prognosis, probably your expertise, but how do you think deals will happen with all this border and recognizing of vaccination of different countries, etc., etc. I mean, with vaccine wars, etc. For people whom we can call neo-nomads. We are not minorities like nomads Roma, but anyway, we're also quite dependent on openness or at least transparent of the borders. And all of us, of course, understand that in such kind of situation with which is unfortunately developing in this way, with transparency of the borders and right for movement, also for labor migrant, for high professional labor market, or is bringing some kind of not just violations of right, but just kind of this professional activity performance. So it's two questions. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. In fact, this gives me the opportunity to refer to the issue of gender in migration, which is a matter that has been present, is present in all my reports and activities. And during my tenure, I have submitted 2 reports on gender and migration, one to the Human Rights Council and another to the General Assembly. In the first one, I tried to summarize and systematize the situation of the human rights of migrant women in international law, and also referring to the legislation of many countries. And in the second, I presented a description of the situation in the different regions of the world, and submitted many proposals for states to improve their policies in this regard. And on the issue of the flows in the border and so forth, well, I think that the situation in the United Kingdom has clearly shown the limitations of policy of establishing big restrictions to immigration flows. Even in countries like the United States, which has for a long time had very restrictive policies towards migrants, in fact, the functioning of the economy also relies to some extent on the work of migrants, which are about 45 million persons in the United States, 11 or so of which are in an irregular situation. So I think that in a way, this has the situation in the United Kingdom has made clear that the contributions from migrants at the different levels, including the economic one, is a key one for many countries, especially in the current the functioning of the international economy.
Okay, well, now, as a chair of the Research Committee 26 of the Human Rights of the International Political Science Association, I would like to thank Professor Felipe González for his speech, for his explanations. It was a very, very nice time, and thank you very much. And
thank you very much to you.
And okay, now we have the second speaker of this plenary session. This second speaker is Alexander Sungurov, who is a professor at the St. Petersburg School of Social Science and Area of Studies in Russia. I am going to say some lines of the curriculum of Alexander Sungurov. His PhD of Political Science of 2007, Master of Jurisprudence of 1994, PhD in Biology in 1989. He has a degree in physics in 1974, professor, head of the Applied Social Science Department of National Research University, Higher School of Economics in St. Petersburg, president of the Regional Center of Humanities and Political Science Strategy, expert of human rights of the Council of Europe, vice president of the Russian Association for Political Science, member of the Russian President Council of Support of Civil Society Institutions, Development of Human Rights, Chairman Public Expert Council of Civil Education and Human Rights Education for the Standing Committee for Education and Science at the State of Duma of the Russian Federation, between other distinction. And starting from 1998, he was the head of strategy, Center of Program for Support of Institute of Commissioners of Human Rights in Russia regions. He is author of the book, Ombudsman's Institute, Evolution of Traditions and Contemporary Practice, and co-editor of the book, Human Rights and Challenges of the 21st Century, member of the Research Committee IPSA from 2006, member of the Research Committee 26 board from 2006 and 2014, and from 2016, and chair of the research committee from 2018 and 2021. And well, for me, it's a real pleasure to have the opportunity to present Alexander Sungurov in a session. And Alexander, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Oscar. I am very glad to be with you again because conference in Ekaterinburg is prolonged. But I am now with you. Of course, sorry that I couldn't be before. That I try to introduce my presentations in demonstration of this ecran. It must be okay. Yes, it's okay. Yes, demonstration is okay. And my speech would be for these topics: New World Order after pandemic. Can new political thinking be reinvented? We will say about such events. Content of presentation. Pandemic COVID as analog of Chernobyl disaster. Concept of new thinking in perestroika time. Predecessor of the new thinking concept and about responsibility of IPSA and our RC26. Pandemic COVID as an analog of Chernobyl accident. The COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences have undoubtedly will continue to make significant change in new world order. In the global world, we need a new conference to develop new rules of the game because the impact of pandemic is comparable with the World War. And at this conference, it is necessary to develop tool and institute of global cooperation, which can be quickly adopted and implemented, taking in account of maximization of the common good rather than striving to hurt the neighbor. It is from some Forbes journals, but it's word very necessary to my mind, because conference after the World War, if we compare, created the United Nations, a charter which is respect for universal human rights. Therefore, our attention will be paid to the necessary and highly desirable reform of the United Nations also to make this organization correspondent to the reality of today works. To my mind, is very necessary. However, as a radiobiologist in my initial academic career, I want to start with the effect of another disaster. There is Chernobyl, including its effect on the political life of my home, which took form which took form for new political thinking as the foreign policy courses of USSR in the last years of its existence, in time of Gorbachev. Special attention will be paid to the new political thinking itself, as well as to its predecessor, and approach close to it, hoping to contribute to development of new, as of 2021, also thinking to the renewed political order. Chernobyl accident. Comparing the COVID-19 pandemic with the Chernobyl disaster, you can see the results of catastrophe in Chernobyl nuclear factory as it occurred in USSR in April 1996. Let us leave the main cause nature of Chernobyl disaster itself and the involvement of the personnel who turned off all protective system in order to have time to conduct the experiment for the My Day out of the picture. Yes, we are out of the picture in this problem about the maybe reason of pandemia from some experiments. It's outside of our discussions. But let's compare Chernobyl disaster with the COVID-19 pandemic by the criterion of informing residents of their own country and those of other countries about the occurrence of the events. It's known that after the explosion of Chernobyl nuclear power plant, there was a delay in informing both Soviet citizens and the whole community about the disaster. In the case of outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, China is known to have withheld the information of the number of the cases in Wuhan, which led to the spread of an epidemic around the globe via flights from China. It seems that in USSR, it was a shock of the Chernobyl catastrophe that became an important milestone to the development of the process of perestroika and understanding by Mikhail Gorbachev that in place of secrecy and autocracy, openness and publicity must be needed. The idea of the need for a new thinking of the world politics was also a logic step forward. Yes, concept of shortly about new thinking in perestroika time. It's connected with Mikhail Gorbachev. The concept of the new political thinking implied that with respect of autonomy and observing of principle of non-interference to each other affairs, states and people recognize a common responsibility for survival of all mankind. The new thinking proposed a project for a structure of the world in accordance with the universal human values. The main of them are those related to human life, freedom, and security for everyone. Mikhail Gorbachev writes, we are all passengers on the same ship, the Earth, and it cannot be allowed to wreck. This will be no second nor arc. We don't like any aspect of American politics and lifestyle, as right Gorbachev in this time, but we recognize the rights of people of the United States, like everyone else, to live by their own rules and laws and by their own custom of tests. Time is running out and we couldn't lose it. We have to act. The situation does not allow us to wait for ideal moment. A constructive and extensive dialogue is necessary today. Unfortunately, in this time, this concept was not supported. However, because they more discussing about the victory in the Second World War in many European countries. However, today discussing the state of the world system after, or perhaps in the midst of coronavirus pandemic, we can assume that the concept of new thinking could become the basis of the new vision of the world system, which could lead to new, by the end of second decade of the century, more effective way of global governance, global management, and such management that would can take predecessor of new thinking concept. Between predecessor, Immanuel Kant and Woodrow Wilson, the fundamental possibility of the representative of the different states to agree on the basis of some common values underlies the liberal approach in the theory of international relationship, treaties towards external peace of Immanuel Kant. There was also prerequisite for Woodrow Wilson's proposal of the principle of the League of Nations. But proposal of Woodrow Wilson was not supported by elite of its own country. The United States not joined to the League of Nations. More than 6 years later, Mikhail Gorbachev and his call for collective realization idea that we are all in one boat and another planets are not available to us has not been heard by the elites of other countries. The US leadership rejected this proposal as a propaganda tools, as Gorbachev retreated in all directions. That is still operating with the logic of Second World War, and NATO prolonged to be near to the boundary of Russia. Planetary review of Russian scientists. We are going about predecessor next. Vladimir Vernadsky. His idea of noosphere as a phase of biosphere development. Humanity, taken as a whole, becomes a powerful geological forces. And before his thought and works becomes the questions of biosphere reconstruction in the interest of rethinking making as a single whole. The new state of biosphere, which we are approaching without tracing it, it is a noosphere, writes Vernadsky in this time. In the contemporary understanding of the noosphere, a new evolutionary state of the biosphere in which reasonable human activity becomes a decisive factor of its development. The analysis of development of scientific research and role of science in evolution of biosphere has led him to a provision of special responsibility of scientists for the process of this noosphere genesis. Whole life of Vernadsky was a realization of the concept concerning responsibility of scientists. He actively participated in so-called Zemstvo movement, was one of the founders of Constitutional Democrats Party, and the permanent member of its Central Committee, and in summer of 1970 was a comrade of Tavarish Minister of Education of the government of Kerensky. Other guy, Nikolai Rerich, was other Russians, and after his immigration, international figure of the world culture, whose proposal to sign the World Culture Pact, Rerich Pact, with impliance of preservation of the cultural property as a planetary goal, was supported by US President Franklin Roosevelt. As a result, the first international treaty of the protection of artistic and scientific institutions and historical monuments in history was signed in 1935. Other variants, Club of Rome, established in 1968, as association of scientists, politicians, and business people capable of generating seriously scientifically grounded prediction to scientists, represent not only a stable artistic community, but also an extremely interesting example of Paul Sabatier effective advocacy coalitions, working in the format of unique think tank and the coalition not in the national but in the global state. You can see this some report of a Roma Club and last report and vice versa. The report of Club of Rome have a huge influence on for global attention to a global ecology problem. Club of Rome, which is like another club, had a rather limited membership, was soon supported by UNESCO and a much more open scientific and educated association. As consequences, the World Future Studies Federation, which was established, which involved both academical forecasters, scientists in other specialty, and civil activists concerned about the problem of the Club of Rome. I participate with this international society some years. It was very interesting example. And next step, Andrei Sakharov. Now is the year of his 100th century. Where is Andrei Sakharov was born. Soviet academician, father of the H-bomb, and human rights activist. Was maybe solely Soviet scientist who looked to the international relationship from the liberal point of view. He supported concept of convergence of the West and East country. In accordance with Vernadsky's conception of scientist responsibility, for world politics he proposed in 1971 to establish under the auspices of United Nations the International Advisory Committee of Experts on Legal, Social, Environment, and Disarmament problem for the reliable and impartial individuals, with the rights to receive reasonable response to the request and recommendation from all governments. The status of this board, as well as procedure governing its composition, should ensure maximum independence from the national interests of individual states and group of states. It's all this history of about producer and maybe persons who are roots of the idea of the new thinking and about the global responsibility for our planet, and especially it's necessary in this global cooperation in time of pandemic situation. For example, the problem of registration of all vaccine. You know that Russian Sputnik don't registrate it because it's to my mind it's not so problem of mostly of some maybe concurrence, but other. But we must also understand to the final of my presentations. I say maybe some more words about some roots of this idea of the new thing, but it's necessary, not only Russia from international approach, but some global thinking as Vernadsky's maybe specificity of some Russian scientists in the end of 19th and beginning of the end of 18th, 19th, beginning of 20th century. But of course it was stopped by the Soviet regime, but Sakharov living in the Soviet regime, and his proposal was very also necessary and interesting. And from other sides, it's really feature of our community of the human rights researchers, because he was one of the most strong figure in the Russian human rights movement in Soviet time, and also beginning of the new era in time of he was deputy of the understanding, you know. But also, my final part of my presentations, it's about responsibility, as I say, of our IPSA in the whole, and about our concrete RC26, because we are not only researchers in these fields, as in other fields, but it's some years maybe we are more understanding this normative approach to the future of our civilizations as part of the other committee is IPSA. And also we must remember that our association IPSA was established in 1949 in Paris with the strong support of UNESCO as Organization of United Nations. I mentioned before that UNESCO supported in that time also Organization of World Future Studies Federation, more concretely about prognostics, approach more wider organizations that Roma Club, it was in 50s. But before, IPSA helped to establish World Future, UNESCO helped to establish our international political science relations. As Maurice Duverger and about the founding conference of IPSA, which was in the December 12, 1949, with recalling the sophists who approaches Socrates with the argument that motions that did not exist, to which the philosopher replied by merely arising and starting to walk. So UNESCO has transformed speculative and theoretical arguments about the necessity of IPSA as to existence of political science into actions for carrying the present conference in which it was established. That history of our political science association connected with the United Nations and its structure as UNESCO. As a result of this very necessary way of world governance, of course, it was not all of this was realized in the time. It was not only global governance, but it was the solely international organization. Now it's necessary to reform. And to my mind, today, we must support efforts for improving the UNESCO and United Nations activity for such objective is to, for example, to creation of real political thinking, real global thinking with respect of human rights and responsibility to such challenges as pandemic COVID-19 or climate change. And it's very strange. Also, when I analyzed my report and the paper about this, which is payment for my speeches, it is a huge problem that in many, for example, in Russia, majority of scientists for international relations say that support official point of view, that it's necessary to reform, but of course, Security Council must be the same, or with a reason for this veto. But also is absolutely strange. It's absolutely relic of the Second World War, now more than 70 years ago. Why is there solely reasons why United Nations not reform the Council of Defense, because Security Council, because it was no one variant, one common variant. It's maybe 2 or 3 variants how to combine new Security Council with who must be member, and all these competitions. And for this reason, it's not reforming, but of course is a very big problem for the common decisions or new common decision for global governance. And to my mind, of course, IPSA as from and our committee responsibility for human rights, that IPSA at all as a real community of scientists and political science, international community. And from other sides, we understand our responsibility that, to my mind, is necessary to thinking about this and maybe start some discussions about new global governance, and maybe together with other associations about new global governance. And to my mind, it must be very near idea with a new political thinking of Mikhail Gorbachev. And maybe today, it would be more serious relationship to this idea of more morality. Of course, it's not his own idea. It was on the health of Woodrow Wilson and Vernadsky and many other Roman club, but now it's necessary to thinking about this. Not only thinking, but also maybe to prepare some initiative. Every chance, every actions, it's results from that somebody start of this. Thank you for your attention, and maybe I hope it will be very good sunset, but not the end of our civilization, I hope. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, thank you. I hope so. That is not the end of our civilization. Very interesting speech. I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions for Alexander. If they want to comment something about this speech. I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, the idea is that, okay, how the world has changed, the 2020 and 2021. Okay, the main topic is the pandemic and how the countries deal with the pandemic, and we have had the situation that for one side we have the natural scientists, the doctors, the biologists, the epidemiologists that say some certain scientific truth about the virus, about the pandemic. For the other side, we have the politicians that have to take the decisions, the public officials who have to take the decisions. And in the middle, we have the political scientists that we don't have the truth of the biologists and the doctors, and we have to use some time of truth, but I think we are in the middle between the politicians and the doctors and the biology and the science.
Yes.
What is the responsibility of the political scientist in this context?
No, you understand this question is very good. The goal of the mission of my presentations, it's about our responsibility. We are responsible for this. We must stand. My idea is that we must understand our responsibility, and if it would be understanding, to thinking about some concrete actions how to it realized, but also it's also necessary to be more communication between political scientists and other representative of science. For example, I am trying to development so-named politology of the law, the new directions which is in the boundary between law and political science. It's many big questions. Human rights, to mine, is one of the points to analyze, but how to do this? Not by decision. We have no possibility to issue some decrees, but we can to organize communications with other fields of scientists together by Habermas to realize real public opinion. And now one of the good results of the bad situation with the pandemia that some communication through Zoom is absolutely national for us. It's every day we have some lectures through Zoom. For this reason, we can to communicate about the boundary. And by Vernadsky, it's near to the real noosphere, but it's not automatic. It's only by our actions, to my mind. And I think that not only with lawyers, but with our science of social science, but also with natural science, because problems of ecology is now start to be real big problems. But in the my main message that pandemia, it's only signal for new time where is necessary to have real effective global governance system. How it's be true, how it be created, it's many problems, right? How it would be controlled by civil society, yes? It's also other questions. How our IPSA control working with UNESCO, because my idea is about responsibility, and it's against line to live in this tower from the elephant health. You understand, from Slonowy Kosti, but no, it couldn't. It's impossible because the problem is more higher. It must be in the auditorium also me that is I am sitting that no moving and the switch is closed. But not closed. I must say that it's okay. We must thinking about this. To my mind, it's if we. I don't say about this last year because last year, 2 years, it was necessary to organize real our RC26 from the near to zero. Sometimes now it is not zero. It is real company. It is have a real partners and groups in many countries. That to my mind we can do together with analysis of our research activity and other thinking about this. Who is not me, is not we, have this idea of the responsibility. Of course, it's not so simple. It's big problems because many problems communicate, but we must thinking about our children and sons of our daughter of our children. If we wanted to be thinking not only about this global crisis, but how to realize it. Maybe political scientists, we are who understand from other side, one side, what it is the governance, what it is public affair, from point of view public policy, we can say, how it's work for governance, good governance in this, as we say. And from other sides, we are very connected with some normative discipline of political philosophy. That what it is good governance, it's governance with respectfully to human rights, one of them. For this reason, I think that we maybe, I hope that we can be started. Of course, it's not so simple. We must discuss my idea. Maybe it was adopted, maybe not. It was only my proposal. But I think that for me, it's very some analogies with this accident to the Chernobyl accident, because I am research Chernobyl accident. I am in my first life. I used to know I am biologist, physics, who works in the field of action of X radiation to the human body and to the human cells. And for this reason, I am very near to me and what is the real start for real changing of situation in Soviet Union after the understanding of dangers of such positions. To my mind, we have some gongs on some calls for the necessity to understand that necessary to be active as real expert responsibility. And plus idea of Vernadsky that we are responsible for transitions of biosphere to noosphere. It is not automatic process. It may be ended for the Second World War, for example, for atomic catastrophe, maybe other catastrophe, and how going from this, going not through this or about this, it's a big question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone in the audience would like to ask some questions to Alexander Sungurov?
No, I hope that in future maybe we'll discuss it through internet, because I understand that it maybe not everybody expect such idea, but we must to think in future.
Okay, okay. Well, I think
Thank you very much.
we can thank Alexander Sungurov for this interesting speech about the responsibility with the catastrophes, with the different catastrophes. And thank you very much for your speech and for all your tasks in RC26. And okay, this is the end of the second plenary session of the International Symposium, How the Years 2020-2021 Have Changed the World. And I think there is another session, I think
We will start at 3 p.m., yeah?
At 3 p.m. Okay, very well. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you all the
Thank you. I will go to conference in Yeltsin Center again. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Panie profesorze.
Witam serdecznie.
Dziękuję, panie
Witam
profesorze, że pan
serdecznie.
profesor zgodził się wystąpić w tym panelu w takiej roli. Jeszcze raz przepraszam, że tak późno. Tutaj troszkę zszwankowały nasze komunikatory z Przemkiem, ale bardzo dziękuję jeszcze raz.
Z wielką przyjemnością, jestem zaszczycony. W ogóle jestem naprawdę zachwycony.
To dla nas wielki zaszczyt, panie profesorze.
Uczestnictwem w sympozjum.
Dziękuję jeszcze raz. Widzę też panią Anię Wójcik. Dzień dobry, pani Aniu. Jeszcze po polsku zaraz przejdziemy.
Panie profesorze.
Pan profesor będzie prowadził sesję. Dyskutantką będzie pani profesor Joanna Rak z naszego wydziału. Jest już Jasia. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry pani profesor. Tak.
Dobry panie profesorze. Miło być w tak wspaniałym gronie.
No właśnie, w wspaniałym gronie, rzeczywiście. Bardzo się cieszę. Widzę, że...
Innych? Tak punktualnie zaczniemy o godzinie. Jest Bartek też, Chordecki. Cześć Bartku.
Cześć, cześć, dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo mi miło.
Tak, to bardzo wymagająca sesja, bo krótka i musimy koniecznie skończyć przed ceremonią zamknięcia, jak rozumiem.
No, ceremonia to mocno powiedziane, ale generalnie podsumowanie, tak, zaraz wiem, że w tej chwili jeszcze jest spotkanie, tak, akurat w tej przerwie przewodniczących RC w IPSA w związku z kongresem w 2023 roku i być może, nie wiem, czy już Oskar będzie miał okazję, żeby powiedzieć, a chociaż myślę, że to poprzez poszczególne RC będą komunikaty przesyłane. Myślę, że niedawno zakończyliśmy poprzednią sesję, tę plenarną z udziałem między innymi pana profesora Moralesa, specjalnego wysłannika Narodów Zjednoczonych do spraw migrantów i profesora Sugurowa. Myślę, że było to bardzo, bardzo interesujące doświadczenie.
Bardzo interesująca sesja, tak, ja też się zgadzam, tak. Władysław jest with us?
Okay. Yes, with us, yes, hello, okay. We can jump into the English session. However, we have maybe 2 minutes to 3 p.m.
Is Krzysztof Duda with us? Duda?
Krzysztof, yes. However, Krzysztof is in the same room here with me. Yeah, because we are on faculty in the special room number 56.
Okay.
Yeah, this is in fact the Dean room. So today and yesterday this is our center of this conference here.
Yeah. So
however, I thought today, Krzysztof is joining to this session, to this room.
Hello.
And I thought that maybe this is very significant that such conference about impact of COVID in many aspects, among others, aspects of, for example, lockdown, we conduct online. Yeah, so in such mode, I think that is significant. Of course, the reason is a little bit different because it's every day in Poland, 5 more, even more hundreds.
More than,
yeah.
It's really coming to 600, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we have one person missing. Yeah, is Mr. Adamczyk with us?
We are waiting for him.
Yes, I am.
Also with us.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, where are you? In fact, now in Dubai or in Egypt?
Yes, right now I'm in Dubai.
Okay.
I was in Egypt last month, but now I'm in Dubai, yes.
And Wojciech, I can see Wojciech here on the list. Wojciech, could you switch on your camera, please?
Is it necessary? I have a presentation.
Frankie speaking, yes. If it's possible, of course.
My laptop's camera is permanently off.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. Okay. So, however, your voice is very clear, so it's.
we can see your picture as well, so it's okay.
Okay, so we can start the last session, the impact of the health crisis on freedom of expression and media freedom. And I would like to ask Professor Wojciech Forsyński from Eastern Mediterranean University for chairing this session. Thank you very much, Professor. This is a huge privilege and honor for us. My special thanks goes to Professor Jan Narak from our university for playing the role of discussant. Thank you very much. We have
thank you.
Yeah, a few speeches, among other my colleague.
Yes, I understand. Okay.
Yeah. Professor,
thank you.
The floor is yours. The floor is open.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for letting me participate in this seminar. Yeah, I'm delighted and honored to be part of this symposium. Yeah, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 6 of the IPSA RC26 Human Rights International Symposium. How have the years 2020-2021 changed the world? First, let me welcome the speakers of this session. Wojciech Adamczyk from Adam Mickiewicz University, Anna Wójcik from the Wiktor Osiatyński Archive, Rule of Law in Poland, Bartosz Hordecki, Jędrzej Skrzypczak, Krzysztof Duda, Władysław Ziniczenko and Wellnell from Adam Mickiewicz University. And let me also warmly welcome our discussant, Professor Joann Narak from Adam Mickiewicz University as well. And let me also welcome people who watch our session on YouTube. You will be able to watch and to ask questions if you want. And let me invite everyone to the closing ceremony that will take place at 4:30. And that, ladies and gentlemen, means that the time frame of our session is pretty tight, and we need to be economical with the time. Therefore, my suggestion is that presentations do not exceed 10 minutes. Maybe joint presentation 12 minutes, yeah, but otherwise I request the speakers to strictly stick to the time schedule. We need to save some time for the comments, questions, and answers. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me give the floor to the first speaker, Wojciech Adamczyk, and he will talk about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on changes in the media market and information pluralism. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see the first picture of my presentation?
Yes. I can.
Okay. From time to time, events occur in the history of mankind that significantly affect the course of events. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin said there are decades when nothing happens, and then there come weeks when more is happening than in previous decades. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly affected various aspects of media market around the world. The coronavirus pandemic has caused a continuous increase in media consumption as people around the world struggle to keep abreast of the rapidly changing crisis. One of the visible effects of the COVID-19 pandemic was the shifting of large group of employees, including, of course, journalists, to work remote. In 2020, the number of full-time remote employees in the USA was 42%, and in Germany, 35%. At the same time, according to Eurostat data, approximately 10% of European Union citizens work remotely. However, in Central and Eastern Europe alone, it was only 1%. Several months of experience in remote work of media employees show the advantages and disadvantages of this way of organizing work and managing human resources. First, about advantages. Greater flexibility at work thanks to communication tools. Journalists are more often involved in new journalistic formats.
Wojtek, I'm sorry that for my interruption. However, we can see the first slide. I don't know, this is your intention or not?
No,
we can see the first slide, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Sorry.
To dziwne. I start again, okay? And now, what can you see?
Still the first slide.
First.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I try to show you all presentation, but I don't know why I can do it. One more again. And what are you?
Still the first.
Still the first.
Yeah, but we see how you moving the mouse, I guess, yeah. Now, at least now I can see how you move the mouse.
Well, it's some problem with my Zoom.
With the mouse, the second slide.
Yeah, put the cursor on second slide.
And now, what can you see?
No, still the first.
Still the first. Okay. I don't know what happened. Well, let me speak further because the time is shortly. Okay.
Yes. Please.
Yes. One of the visible effects of the COVID-19 pandemic was the shifting of a large group of employees, including journalists, to work remote. I told about this, yes. And now about advantages. I told about flexibility, saving time and money. Journalists don't have to travel to the editorial office. Greater chances of reporters from the local newsrooms appearing in the national media thanks internet connections. More effective protection against infection. And now a few examples about disadvantages of remote work. Lack of coordination between reporters and editors. This is a real problem in newsrooms. Journalism apprentices isolated from the older colleagues have no one to learn their profession from. Problem with stimulating the creativity of team and proper supervision. Lack of contact had a negative effect on psyche of journalists. Job insecurity. Journalists take care about job, salary, and so on. An avalanche of misinformation difficult to verify quickly. Problems with obtaining confidential information from news sources in the era of lockdown. Permanent overtime, we all experience it. Problems with meeting the deadline for submitting material for publication. No home conditions for work. Media may lose some of its magic since the journalist broadcast from home. According to the audience, anyone can do it. What is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the media market? Certainly, several effects can be indicated. Dismissals in newsrooms. For example, in the USA, According to the Pew Research Center, in 2020, as many as 1/3 of newspapers laid off their employees, connecting the editorial staff, forced reduction in wages, suspension of publishing press titles, reduction of the frequency of publication of newspaper editions from 5 to 3 a week or from 6 to 4 a week, forced leaves of editorial staff, collapse of press titles. For example, in the USA, according to the Pointer report, 85 local newsrooms were permanently closed during the pandemic. With the closure of more newspapers, information deserts have sprung up across the country. Information deserts have been defined as communities where residents do not have a local newspaper or face severely limited access to news and information that is essential for a grassroots democracy. Out of 3,143 counties in the USA, 200 of them now have longer a daily newspaper or weekly magazine, affecting 3.2 million people. In addition, 1,449 counties have only one newspaper, usually published weekly. Finally, there is no daily newspaper in 2,000 counties. The inhabitants of these informational deserts tend to be older, poorer, and less educated than the general population. What about impact on media market? Closing printing houses, connecting branches, selling of offices, resignation from renting and moving to cheaper location, a resignation from the paper version in favor of online, shifting employees to remote work. Bloomberg called remote work in a pandemic the world's biggest experiment, but the unusual working conditions of journalists and the media during lockdown revealed other threats to the flow of information. The most serious threats to the flow of information negatively affect the level of pluralism in three aspects: content, information sources, and content providers. First, about impact on content. The need for savings resulted in an increase in the use of ready-made information. As a result, the media became, to a much greater extent, a channel for reaching the public opinion by the government, but there was no often critical assessment. Misinformation and disinformation, a lot of untrue content and even fabricated conspiracy theories appeared in traditional media and social media because editorial office plagued by decades of layoffs often lack reporters and editors who specialize in reporting on public health. Informing about the pandemic has become a priority. However, the ever-changing and sometimes unverified nature of published COVID-19 data forces journalists to provide accurate information to the public. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed our media habits. According to Nielsen, video streaming increased significantly in 2020, as did news consumption and listening to the radio. Publishers produced new products such as blogs, podcasts, alerts, and newsletters. Impact on information sources are primarily the decline in revenue meant the content diversity has decreased. Lower revenues limit the production of news and expensive formats such as journalistic investigation. With the closure of more newspapers, information deserts appeared. I told about it before. Restriction on access to information introduced by governments. According to data collected by International Press Institute, in 2020, an alarming number of European governments, especially in Eastern and Central Europe, used the ongoing health crisis as an excuse to restrict the free flow of information. In European countries such as Malta, Croatia, Hungary, Russia, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Moldova, the Czech Republic, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Slovenia, Poland, Spain, and Austria, journalists had limited access to information and difficult ability to verify official data. Economic problems of freelancers as an independent sources of information. As a third aspect of its impact on content providers. First, lockdown accelerated the digital transformation of larger media companies while highlighting the weaknesses of smaller and regional media, which often were not prepared on such fast changes caused by pandemic. Non-transparent system of granting public aid to the media, for example, in Hungary and Malta. The harassment of independent media and journalists by authorities with trials for defamation and obstruction of access to information.
Excuse me, you need to wrap up your presentation, please. Yeah?
How long?
1 minute.
1 minute, okay. Marketing budgets are falling over the world. According to the Global Entertainment and Media Outlook report prepared by PricewaterhouseCoopers for 2020 to 2024, global press advertising, print and web, will drop from $49.2 billion in 2019 to $36 billion in 2024, a decrease of more than a quarter within 5 years. Consequences for media pluralism and freedom of information. European governments are increasingly using emergency legislation to fight coronavirus to push through restrictions that seriously undermine press freedom. A smaller number of operating media means a reduction in diversity of content, information sources, and content providers. There is a real threat that the authorities will extend the periods during which the regulations limiting the freedom of the media will be kept in force. The migration of readers from print to digital editions may play a role in the uncontrolled spread of disinformation on the internet. That's all.
Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. And I would like also to inform you that Professor Rack will present her comments at the end of the session. So now I invite Anna Wójcik to make her presentation. That will be on the strategic lawsuit against public participation in Poland. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Please, the floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you very much for inviting me to present at this amazing conference. I must disclose that I'm a part of a team, of a research team in a project strategic law station OCO, the publisher of OCO Press. We have the grant from the W.H.O Foundation for Human Rights. And this is a pioneering project because we are focusing on the issue of legal harassment of not only journalists and editors, as it is usually the case when we discuss SLAPs in Europe and mostly in Western Europe. But this is a research project that focuses actually on the various forms of harassment against activists or people who speak out in public interest in Poland. And we have decided to launch this project with a name to actually document big lawsuits or criminal lawsuits or criminal cases brought by state authorities against individuals. And actually, one of the main findings that we have so far is that the big lawsuits that would be covered by the press are not the core problem. Usually target people who are already very well-known public figures and who have been already quite present in the media in Poland. And this can include people who have been defending the rule of law, such as independent prosecutor Katarzyna Kwiatkowska, or constitutional law professor Wojciech Sadurski, who had many cases against him for his statements made on Twitter that were critical to the governing majority. And it could be also an LGBT activist, a prominent activist such as Bart Staszewski, who has been denouncing the idea of some communities in Poland to introduce legislation or resolutions that were discriminatory to LGBT people. But actually what we managed to achieve within this project was to conduct 17 interviews in the past 6 months with also people who have not been known to the public before. The women's strikes protests. These were the protests against the government policy on reproductive rights, but also anti-government generally. And to speak to the doctors who have been informing the public about the COVID pandemic, and who actually had the cases brought against them for defamation of certain officials. The presumption of our project was that most of the people who were interviewed, who would be the case studies, there would be facing really significant civil and criminal lawsuits. And in the end, one of the findings that we had is that actually the main problem are the provisions of law that are being used, some minor provisions of law in petty offenses code or petty crimes, such as, for instance, blocking the road or disrespecting the official road sign, and that this is also one of the areas that so far has not been under the radar of most researchers, lawyers, but also political scientists and sociologists, that we need to see how the state apparatus is approaching people who speak out in the public interest, also when it harasses them in a way that it uses minor legal provisions, minor provisions of law. And actually, the nature of SLAPP is also often discussed in the existing literature on the topic that usually focuses on the cases against journalists, is that the aim of such lawsuits is not to win the case, but it is to exhaust the time, effort, psychological, financial resources of the target. And actually, when we see many prominent lawsuits against journalists today, and in Poland, this is an increasing problem in the past 2 years, we have seen an avalanche of lawsuits against most prominent government critic, Gazeta Wyborcza newspaper, or also against smaller media outlets such as Oko Press, where I contribute with my analysis. But in the case of big and medium-sized newsrooms, actually these newsrooms have networks and ways to communicate that they have been on the target, and they actually also have access to some legal help. Whereas in contrast, the people who are just lay citizens or activists, but without the big networks of support, they do not have this access and knowledge that they are victims of SLAPPs even. So with our research projects, we aim at actually explaining the phenomenon and highlighting the importance of that society actually is aware that even the maybe not spectacular, but nonetheless very upsetting daily harassment of people is a cause of concern, and that it impacts the quality of democracy in Poland, and that it actually may lead to people withdrawing from participation in demonstrations, from limiting the ways how they protest, which limits their right to protest and also the right to free expression. And in the framework of this project, we have found that a pro bono legal support network for activists under attack is of great importance. And some of people who have been put on the target were able to organize collections. They were crowdfunding for the legal aid and litigation costs. However, still very many people are simply unaware that what is happening to them. For example, when they are being summoned to court as a witness, and they do not know whether the proceedings would actually, in the end, be launched against them as a perpetrator of some petty crime or regular crime. And so they are not always aware that they even are target of some form of harassment that should be made illegal. So with our project, we are not only describing the procedure of pressure, but we are also giving them a voice. We are recording their experiences. And we also believe that this is a form of civil society self-defense as a form of collective learning that may lead in the future to maybe not only limiting the state or organizations, individuals who share the state's litigation and legal harassment towards some activists, but that it will at least increase the awareness of such an issue among Polish society at large, and that it will result in, on one hand, increased awareness and knowledge of legal representatives, but also of judges who would be more alerted than they are today to the fact that some of the cases that they are hearing, some of the people that they are representing, they are actually not only facing typical threats, legal threats, such as some petty offense, but that they are actually being part of a broader, wider struggle to shrink the space for civil society in their country. And I think this is really important to reach out with this message to, on one hand, the general population, because then we hope that this message could be targeted at people who one day, when they are faced with such harassment or legal obstacles, then they will be more aware that they can or should seek help. And then that the people who can provide them help, such as legal representatives, they will also know that the cases at hand requires specific framing, that they a wider research project. We have found so far that still citizens can rely on courts, because in the past 25 years, courts in Poland, in most cases regarding the freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, they have
1 minute.
They have developed. They have developed a case law that is actually beneficial to the rights and freedoms of individuals. However, we have seen also some alarming developments. Recently, journalist Ewa Siedlecka was targeted by the authorities. She lost a case in the Polish court and is actually the first person who is convicted for her journalism about the scandal at the Ministry of Justice. We have also seen that that there are threats made against activists by organizations that are not officially associated with the government, but they are directly and directly supported today with huge amounts of public money because they share certain elements of the current government's agenda. And I think that these developments are really threatening to the character and quality of democracy that we have today. And I only actually in my presentation wanted to maybe make you interested in the output of a research project that will be published probably in January or February next year in the form of a report available in Polish and in English. And I also want to encourage you to follow the work of Agnieszka Jędrzejczyk and myself, that is being published at OCA Press quite regularly. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and for listening to my short introduction.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, and for keeping with the time limit. So we'll move on to the presentation by Bartosz Hordecki that will be on the implementation of the law on securing the functioning of Ukrainian as a state language in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, the floor is yours. 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for having an opportunity to give the presentation during this conference. My special thanks to the organizers and to Professor Jędrzej Skrzypczak. It's a pleasure and honor. And I'm sorry for the long title, but unfortunately the title of the law is very long. Yes, but well, my presentation is rather long, but time is short, so I will try to make it in a nutshell, and I will try to show the main line of my reasoning here. And well, I'm not pretty sure if you can see my presentation now.
First slide, yes, yeah.
Yes, and the second, for example, now?
Yes,
yes,
I can,
okay.
yeah.
Great, thank you very much for the support. And well, I have noticed, I'm developing my research projects in the field of language policies and language politics also within the frame of IPSA, where we've got this research committee 50, which is politics of language. And I have noticed that we've got a very interesting situation when it comes to talk about the development of COVID and the development of language policy in Ukraine. I mean that in 2019, the President Poroshenko signed the law, which the title we've got on the screen. And this law, let's say, was dedicated to Zelensky. And Zelensky was put in the situation in which he's constantly checked by others if he is fulfilling the provisions of this law, we could say. And this law is sequential, so many provisions of this law come into force in various moments of, let's say, of the historical process. Yes, so for example, in 2021, we've got plenty of provisions which came into force, and it's coming to force sequentially, just like pandemic, we could say. Pandemic is also developing sequentially, yes? So I thought that it would be good to show it parallel, yes, how it goes, yes? I mean the pandemic and the implementation of this law. And what is also interesting, we've got this commissioner, State Language Protection Commissioner. It's a new institution which was designed in this law I'm talking about. And this is a person in Ukraine who is especially responsible for protecting this Ukrainian language and for developing the state language policy, and also for monitoring the state language policy, yes? And what I did in this presentation is that I took this annual report, which was published in 2021. It is about 2020 and about the implementation of this law. And I found all the information about the COVID, how the COVID could impact the implementation of this state language policy in Ukraine. And I found a lot of very small facts about, let's say, relations between COVID and this Ukrainian state language policy. Well, here we've got them. So there were notions, remarks about general impact on state institutions, impact on publishing in Ukrainian, and so on and so on. The president, the state language talking about COVID-19 and restricting the budget of the commissioner, the pandemic and functioning of the secretary of the commissioner. Yes, so we had such facts, such notions. Yes, they are not very combined together, but what I would like to show you is that those facts can be implemented, can be, let's say, included into the general narrative of the Ukrainian state about language policy and about internal factors which influence this state policy of the Ukrainian state. And this narrative I would like to talk about is very multi-leveled and multidimensional. And I would like to show you during my presentation that this COVID is a possibility to create another layer of this story about how should deal the Ukrainian state with language policy issues. And so we've got some remarks I was talking about. So, for example, the first remark that for sure global COVID-19 pandemic has influenced the proceedings of the Ukrainian institutions, make them harder to fulfill their obligations. Another thing is that considering restrictions related to the COVID-19 pandemic, the attention we should pay to the state of book publishing in Ukraine. And it was showed by the commissioner that the situation of the Ukrainian language is worse because we've got less money to do this, but we have no single mention about other languages. What about them? Then we've got the state provided publishers with institutional assistance. Yes, so we've got this, let's say, this motive of supporting people who would like to publish in Ukrainian. Then in this report, we've got also a very interesting notion, yes, that it was a moment when the president of Ukraine used the Russian language to talk about COVID. Yes, this law I'm talking about, it expects from the officers, the politicians of the Ukrainian state that they will be using Ukrainian as a state language because they are officials, yes? So we've got the notion in this report that the Russian president extraordinarily used this Russian language. So they are doing such things, such notions. Yes, and it was explained that it was extraordinary because we were talking about the health issues. Another thing we have is about shortening money, which belong to the Bureau of the Commissioner. And of course, there were a lot of mentions about that they were working online and so on and so on. So we could say single facts, how to make a narrative from them. Yes, well, another fact, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Communication and Information Policy prepared a leaflet on protection against COVID-19. And firstly, this leaflet was firstly, it was only in Ukrainian, Polish, Crimean, Tatar, and Hungarian without Russian. And after some months, yes, the Russian and other languages were added. Yes, so what we have, yes, we have a consciousness that the COVID-19 pandemic should be somehow used in this general narrative, yes, but there is no a general idea how to make the consistent story from this. So we've got separate facts, separate notions, and so on and so on. Yeah, but we can show something deeper, yes, and I would like to start with that all those facts, yes, well, they are used by the commissioner and by other officers like excuses. Yes, so nobody knows how to deal with COVID and how to combine the COVID with these language issues and language policy, yes, but everybody knows that it has to be noted and there should be references. Yes, so each official is looking for some small narrative, which is a kind of excuse. Yes, and it's exactly what we have.
1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Maybe in 1 minute, so I will go to the end. Well, I wanted to show in my presentation that as we have in this last slide, the COVID pandemic can influence the Ukrainian language policy, and everybody knows that, yes, but nobody knows how to make a narrative about this, yes. And the second thing, how the Ukrainian language policy can influence the COVID-19, well, we don't have a lot of information about this. And everybody knows that it's extremely important because it is an existential issue, yes? And it's existential on two levels. It is about, it is possible to have the Ukrainian state in the future, but also in the level of individuals. And here we've got a very serious conflict. If I had time, I would talk about it very deeply and on many different levels. So I hope I suppose we should end my presentation with this very short remark. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I will use this powerful tool you are talking about, language, to say thank you for your presentation. I look forward really to seeing your presentation in full, published later on. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next presentation. I invite Professor Skrzypczak and Dr. Duda to talk about the freedom of speech during the time of pandemic COVID-19. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. 12 minutes.
Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay.
I mean, I can.
Dr. Duda, and I hope that you will see our presentation soon. We are waiting for this moment. I'm sorry. Okay.
Here we go. Yes, it's coming. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So, yeah, you can. You saw for a moment Dr. Krzysztof Duda, who is co-author of this presentation. And we would like to present this issue, freedom of speech, during the time of pandemic COVID-19. However, it will be, in fact, unfortunately, about the cases of violation of freedom of speech. This is obvious. The freedom of expression is one of elementary and fundamental human rights, constituting the basis of the functioning of democratic societies. However, at the same time, an indispensable condition for the development of the state and what is also important, individual. We have many international standards because maybe this is, let's start from International Declaration on Human Rights. This is not, of course, international law. However, today we celebrate the 73rd anniversary of announcement of this declaration. However, of course, in the heart international law, we can find the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, also Article 19, and regional conventions. Let's start from European Convention on Human Rights and Article 10, chapter of fundamental rights of the European Union. However, please remember about also other regional conventions. I mean about PAC of San Jose, American Convention on Human Rights, and the Banjul Charter, the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights. I hope that on this session, mentioned regulations are obvious. However, we would like to underscore the permissible limitation of freedom of expression in international law. For example, we can find in ICCPR in Article 19.3 some possibilities of limitation of freedom of speech. For example, one of the reasons of such limitation is the public health. The same situation we can find in European Convention on Human Rights in Article 10, paragraph 2, case for the protection of health or morals. Yeah, the same, a little bit same situation is in American Convention on Human Rights in Article 13.2. For example, possibilities of limitation is possible in the case the protection or public health or morals. Yeah, the same. Yes, and COVID. Things will never be the same, we can say. However, this is a very this is a personal point of view, because we know that in the past we had many other such pandemics, disease, etc. However, these data are significant. I mean, special on this list, global data about the death, more than 5 million people. So, yeah, and we can find a kind of paradox, because on the one hand, even quoting United Nations Secretary General, who underscored, as COVID-19 spreads, a tsunami of misinformation, hate has been onslaught. In the COVID-19 health crisis, the spread of the infodemic can be as dangerous to human health and security as the pandemic itself. Among other negative consequences, COVID-19 has created conditions that enable the spread of disinformation, fake news, and doctored videos to incite violence and divide communities. So even World Health Organization proposed the definition of this term, infodemic. According to this definition, infodemic or misinformation, disinformation pandemic is a situation too much of information, including false or misleading information in digital and physical environments during a disease outbreak. It causes confusion and risk-taking behaviors that can harm health. It also leads to mistrust in health authorities and undermine the public health response. An infodemic can intensify on latent outbreaks when people are unsure about what they need to do to protect their health and the people around them. With growing digitalization and expansion of social media and internet use, information can spread more rapidly, of course. This can help to fill information voids more quickly and amplify harmful messages. And this is this paradox. So maybe we should also, at this moment, at this point of our presentation, underscore this statement on freedom of expression and information in time of crisis by the Council of Europe's Committee of Experts on Media Environment and Reform. Here in this document, this committee underscored that in this time, pandemic of great public concern, it is of particular importance for member states to recognize the crucial role of independent media. So independent media always were and always will be very important in the political system. And we would like also to present some reports international organization, NGOs, which presented some data in this case. For example, according to International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, the freedom of expression has suffered severe declines into the last 2 years. According to this data, to this research, 55% of countries have passed law or taken action to restrict freedom of expression during the pandemic, often justifying such actions as a necessary way to combat misinformation about the virus, which itself has been defined as an infodemic. For example, I gave this example of World Health Organization. 38% countries have used new laws or mandates to criminalize disinformation. 18% of countries have used existing rules. 38 countries have made disinformation on COVID-19 an imprisonable offense. In at least 10 countries, the new laws are permanent and will last beyond the pandemic and risk causing long-term damage to freedom of expression in those countries. In 18 countries, according to this report, imposed fines for the spread of disinformation on COVID-19. For example, in Albania, Bulgaria, Mongolia, Philippines, and here in the Philippines, the penalties are the highest at $20,000 US.
1 minute, please.
Okay, let's jump to the conclusion in such situation, because we have also maybe 15 seconds about two cases from Poland. First case, the Commissioner for Human Rights asked her to, in 2020, March 30, the director of the National Institute of Oncology about his decision to prohibit all employers from speaking to the media about the functioning of this hospital. And second case, it was decision of Polish Ministry of Health from April 2020, special letters to all provincial infectious disease consultants prohibiting public statements about the coronavirus epidemic ranging in Poland. Of course, we can find also good examples in the world. However, let's jump to the conclusion, because of course, we can agree that things will never be the same. COVID-19 related restriction on freedom of expression are not temporary, it seems. Extraordinary measures to deal with the temporary crisis. They are part of an onslaught on human rights. Many governments have found another excuse to ramp up their attacks on civil society. Whether such restriction, because justification, of course, we can try to understand. However, we have doubts. Such restriction were always justification. And I need 1 minute more, because I think that this is very important to say during this seminar. Something about other violation of human rights in Poland, because since early September, of course, this is not connected with coronavirus. However, this is, in my opinion, a very serious attack on freedom of expression. Since early September, journalists have been unable to report from inside a 3-kilometer wide strand of land along the Belarusian border placed under the state of emergency. After the 3 months of this state of emergency, Polish parliament announced the new law, in fact, the same law. Yeah. So we have many examples that journalists, not only from Poland, also from France, from Germany, were fined by this law. And maybe on the end, 3 years ago in Madrid, during the conference, during which we celebrated the 70th anniversary of Declaration of Human Rights, I told to speakers, to audience, the short epigram by Cyprian Kalin-Norwid. This is a 19th century Polish poet. Very short, only 4 lines. However, unfortunately, in my opinion, the thought contained in this epigram is still valid. Violent commanders, armies fully trained, police male, female, uniformed and plain, thus united against whom a few thought that aren't news. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for your presentation and for taking this really dramatically important topic, yeah, in such interesting and insightful way. Thank you very much indeed. And in fact, you reminded me that I should have started this session with saying Happy Human Rights Day.
Yeah.
So Happy Human Rights Day, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll move on to the next presentation by Mr. Zinichenko on how has the pandemic affected media freedom in Ukraine and Belarus. Mr. Zinichenko, the floor is yours, 10 minutes. Please go ahead. Please, microphone.
Yeah. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. And without further delay, let's start. As in every country, one of the most important aspects of the stability is respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. Today, I'm focusing on the freedom of information. And in theory, the national legislation of Ukraine and Belarus guarantees specific rights to journalists. For example, you can see the 2 articles from the Constitution of Belarus and from the Constitution of Ukraine. The main difference in the last points, because, for example, in Belarusian Constitution, no monopolization of mass media by the state and no censorship shall be permitted. And we see that in reality, the situation is totally different. And in case of Ukraine, the difference in the points connected to the cases when it is permitted to restrict this the freedom of information. Also, freedom of information guarantees and ensured by such laws in Ukraine, like we can see 6 laws, in Belarus 2 laws. However, the practical application of these laws in 2 countries differs. The COVID-19 pandemic has become more than just a responsibility for politicians. It gives them new opportunities to control media and society. Freedom of speech has been limited not only in authoritarian, but also in democratic countries. And my main goal is to show you the use of the COVID-19 pandemic as a pretext for restricting freedom of expression in Belarus and Ukraine. I analyze the cases according to the classification of EC and HADS, surveillance, censorship, and information manipulation, with some my adjustments, which I will explain later.
Władysław, I'm sorry, because we can see your first slide.
Oh, yeah, again, this problem. Okay, let me just...
exactly, yeah. You can change on your screen, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I will try to do in another way.
No, it was okay, because now we can't see your presentation.
Oh, okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah, now it's okay. Thank you.
Now
I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Belarusian authority decided to not recognize the pandemic at all. And there are two possible reasons for this. First of all, the economic situation in Belarus and the 2020 presidential election. Lukashenko adopted the tactics of smear campaigns. He called this situation the coronavirus psychosis, and journalists, he labeled them as scumbags spreading fake stories. He also set the task: we need to control our people and let the KGB be tougher here, and the police and the Ministry of Information monitor everyone. During my research, I found 24 cases of state restrictions on freedom of speech in Belarus, and majority of them connected to information manipulation. These cases include restricted access to official and public information from non-state journalists, refusal to comment on the topic of pandemic or ignoring requests from journalists by Ministry of Health, politicians, local governments, and doctors who were forbidden to do this. Also, I found the cases when there was incomplete information that was shared by authorities, or total silence on the topic, and governmental structures also requested to remove or correct information materials. 42% of cases connected to censorship, and this include criminalization, restriction, or punishment of so-called fake news. Why so-called? Because the label was based on the beliefs of the authorities, not objective reality. And also they used fines as punishment and revoke accreditation. And there was a case when Russian journalists were threatened with imprisonment for news materials about the coronavirus in Belarus. I have not found cases connected to surveillance. Instead, I will talk about the persecution of people, ordinary people, for posts on social media. For example, Dr. Natalia Larionova decided to speak publicly on her page in Vkontakte about the real situation with COVID. And as a result, she was summoned to the prosecution office, and she was also forced to undergo a psychiatric examination. And medical worker Pavel Pavelchik, he told the truth about the pandemic to the famous YouTube blogger Sergei Tikhanovsky, who is now in jail. And as a result, he was summoned to the police station, sentenced for 7 days, and fired after all. In Ukraine, I found 57 cases of violation of freedom of speech, but please don't concentrate on the specific number. My main intention to show you the tendencies in these countries. So 37% was connected to the censorship, and these cases include threats from the mayor of Cherkasy. There was a situation when journalists tried to record the meeting of the city council, and he shows them that some episodes were undesirable to cover. I also include cases of physical attacks on journalists, persecution by unknown people, and online bullying. I decided to put it in this section because it may lead to the self-censorship of journalists. And according to the Institute of Mass Information, physical aggression against journalists increased by 10%, specifically because of quarantine. The majority of cases in Ukraine also connected to...
1 minute, please.
Okay, I will try to be fast. So the majority of cases connected to the information manipulation, journalists were not allowed to cover the session of city councils, court hearings, etc. Even press conferences of the president, there was limits on the journalists. I actually asked my colleague about her work experience, and she said that if before the pandemic, the contacts with the Ministry of Health was not established. It was very hard to do it during the pandemic, and yeah, there was problems under the ministry of Maxim Stepanov, but now Victor W.H.O trying to change and open the ministry to the journalists. And in conclusion, I will skip this point, but in conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has expanded opportunities to restrict media and societal freedoms, and both media environments have more problems with information manipulations and censorship. However, these problems are different in nature. Also, their consequences lead to the rise of fake news, reduced trust in authority, but most of all, hinders the development of the countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for your informative presentation. Thank you. And we will move on to the last presentation. Well, Nell will tell us about infodemic and COVID-19, how we find the truth. That's the question. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor. First of all, I would like to thank all professors talking today, and especially I would like to say thank you so much for Professor Skijipchak, who I was very lucky that he supervised my master thesis, which discussed the impact and the relationship between journalism and new media, the topic which is meet with somehow the important topic which I'm going to talk briefly today, which is the information epidemic and the impact of fake news, and I will take care of that at that time. I'm not sure if you see my presentation right now.
We do.
Yeah, okay. So let's go for first slide, which is the harmful of information. The world has become in a great torrent of information that's escalating and growing in a way in social media platform. Exactly, journalists and relevant institutions such as Facebook have been trying for many years, even before the pandemic. But we cannot simply say that it's succeed. However, with the topic being linked to the public health and the time of pandemic, the world has noticed a serious problem, and some may have become more aware of issue of rumors, false information, and harmful data. The information that people publish and share every day on various social media platforms is getting more and more harmful. Some of them are all intent. And often, even also is not by intent. It's not correct information in the end. For second slide, we'll talk about information. Since the growth of the internet more and more day after day, and tendency of social media platform to be informational spot rather than the platform for communication between people. There are today many stories that confirm the danger of misinformation and information epidemic, and that's not least dangerous of any health crisis. Many studies show that people tend to misinformation more than correct. This may relate to wide sharing for the content, or maybe people like wrong information rather than correct information. But anyway, we face a challenge represented in speed of and spread and the lack of awareness in social media users. That's why every day we find a message in WhatsApp, for example, transferred from group of people and group of users to another group of users, and the circle being bigger and bigger. With each spread, the risk of negative impact from fake news increase, and we find ourselves facing additional challenge day after day. This raises a serious question through which we may find some solution. How is false information shared? Nowadays, let's say the institution should not wait for the news to spread until the results are making sure and verifying it, because the matter going to become like in fiction. If you leave the news of the day, it will be 3 times of tomorrow among the people. This human behavior, by the way, in the end, and the part of our social interactions, false news may be formed to serve some goals of people, and maybe also formed for unconsciously. But anyway, it's a harmful information. And one of the biggest challenges that the merging of the when we merging the truth with false like mixing of correct information with false information. As we see, people have great confusion about the information they see every day in social media. Misinformation is formed by what people do every day in social media, maybe to attract others by making up fake stories, which is most preferred by social media users. And since the news of coronavirus appeared, social media platform interacted more than traditional media. We also noted that Twitter was active during with misinformation, but we also do not forget that Facebook had a huge role in this role. Especially regarding the vaccine. According to the American Health Organization, we found that more than 300 fake news about COVID-19 were found in Brazil as an example. Most of them spread via WhatsApp and Facebook. The most common thematic categories were policy by more than 20% about epidemic death and infection statistics, and more than 19 according to Google Trends. The number of searching using terms retrieved from fake news increased by 34. Pew Research Center as well, experts are dived over whether the next decade will see a decrease in false and misleading narrative spread online. Some believe that fight against fake news will be by technology, while others believe that maybe the technology will be the biggest reason for misinformation to continue for spreading. Therefore, it can be said that technology is main reason for both cases. One of the biggest challenge as well, the health organization faced during the pandemic exactly also fake news, because it's created great contradiction between public. So what was done and what should be done? No one can deny the fact over the past year, social media platform and the media organization at all have made a lot of efforts to stop the spread of rumors and misinformation, such as fact-checking projects, as well as the label social media platform place and untrue news. Twitter and Facebook projects to verify information as well. But to be honest, this effort will not having achieved everything. People still face hundreds, if not thousands, of false news every day. We face many challenges about misinformation. For that, media organizations need to work more and more with social media platform to launch joint project and develop more systematic mechanism for verifying information and dissemination of media culture among the public that will be helping to stop the false and going for true news. For that 1 minute, we can go for recommendation to just like helping to stop the fake news. All kind of media, including print and online media, social media platform as well, should focus more in media culture and enhance effort to disseminate such knowledge. It's important as well to launch initiatives that raise public awareness of misinformation between public audience. And also we need to increase the efforts of social media platform to identify misinformation by correct way and increasing public awareness about the most famous information fabrication technology, which have today a great ability to devise and mislead the people. Once again, thank you very much for that invitation to talk about this very important topic, which is misinformation and its impact in the society.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your substantial presentation. Yeah. So we have exhausted the list of speakers now. So I invite Professor Joanna Rak to share with us her reflections and comments on the content of this session. Professor Rak?
Thank you so much, Professor Porosiński. I found all presentations outstanding. I believe that the research results that you've presented significantly contribute to contemporary political sciences. They contribute to our understanding of the protection of human rights in the constantly changing political reality. I've prepared some specific comments and questions for all session participants. I hope you'll find them useful. I know that we have not very much time, but we may leave the questions as food for thought, or try to deal with them shortly.
Later, yeah.
Professor Wojciech Adamczyk, I found your presentation extremely important for our understanding of changes in contemporary political regimes, mostly democracies that drift towards hybrid systems or even autocracies. And the category of the changes or the influence of the pandemic in the media market on information pluralism is undoubtedly understudied, and as you've aptly uncovered in your presentation, it is still a challenge for contemporary researchers. And my question is to you as an expert in the field, what general trends in information pluralism changes do you consider the most important for the development of contemporary democracies? Mrs. Anna Wójcik, I found your speech very interesting in terms of the conditions of the self-defense mechanisms that are included in contemporary democracies, the so-called militant democracies or neo-militant democracies. And it was very interesting what you said about, on the one hand, challenges, on the other hand, threats and the ways of dealing with them. And my question is, at the level of a political regime, how can it be how can it protect itself from the impact of slabs that are in use? Professor Bartosz Hordecki, your topic is close to my heart. Language policies are important mechanisms of contemporary neo-militant democracies. And it would be extremely interesting to me to learn, how do you think did the language policies serve during the pandemic to protect Ukrainian political nation, or to exclude from the discourse those who did not belong to it, according to those who imposed the policies? Professor Jędrzej Skrzypczak and Dr. Krzysztof Duda, in your presentation, it was amazing to see how skillfully you've interpreted the role of scaremongering and scapegoating in spreading the infodemic. These two mechanisms are as well understudied and somehow missed by researchers who try to delve analytically into the very nature of the changes in the way how we protect political nations. And here, what I would consider informative, and I believe that researchers could benefit from is to learn from you what legal measures of fighting the infodemic you consider efficient and which are, in your opinion, inefficient. Władysław Zyniczenko. It was very inspiring to see the comparison formulated on the basis of listing some restrictions and measures used by the politicians in order to influence the sovereignty of the political nations. And I found it contributing to the ongoing discussion that emerged out of Jonathan Gershevsky's article related to the way how the political elites stabilize contemporary political regimes, and here there once again emerges a question: which measure is more efficient, either to repress or to delegitimize those who are considered the enemies of the regime? And here my question is, what were the major differences in repression and delegitimization of those who are considered enemies, so those who try to protect some values important from the perspective of human rights in Ukraine and Belarus? And do you consider those mechanisms efficient? And finally, Volnel, your presentation, as I believe, may be an amazing starting point for studying the cycles of life of the infodemic. And it may be a great breakthrough in our approach towards the understanding of misinformation, malinformation, and so on. And my question that emerges out of your insightful remarks is, do you think that we have the finished cycles of life of the infodemic, or do we observe still some new patterns that occur? Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for providing me with the opportunity to discuss your papers.
Professor Rack, thank you so much for sharing with us your thoughts, and I think you were always ready to capture the heart of the matter, so I couldn't agree more with your comments. And I think we would give an opportunity to the speakers to reply and to comment, but 1 minute each. Yeah. So if you would like to take the floor, just let me know, and you have 1 minute each. Lady, gentlemen.
I can start.
Yes.
If possible, but I mean, do it in the. So my brief answer to the comment that was, if I may.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. 1 minute.
So the brief answer would be that there is, in Europe at least, there is no state-level legislation or international organization-level legislation against SLAPPs. There has been some anti-SLAPP laws adopted in some parts of the United States, for example, in California. However, right now in the European Union, there is a great debate on the necessity of improving protection of journalists. And the Commissioner Vera Jourova has been discussing the ideas for the European Media Freedom Act. Actually, no draft projects have been disclosed yet, so we are right now still a bit in the dark about this new future legislation or a package of legislation. But it seems that one of the elements would be a European Union's directive on, European directive against SLAPPs targeted at journalists. And there has been SLAPP task force created, which includes experts that provide their insights to the European Commission. And there has been many studies also commissioned.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer.
That's my turn, yes?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, you asked me about a broad issue. The actions of governments are a threat to the pluralism of information, the diversity of news sources, the right to criticism, and the right to freedom of expression, of course. It's difficult to say today exactly how the COVID-19 pandemic will affect the media market and information pluralism in the long term. All we can do is predict. For example, we can say that the print media will end its existence as it stands sooner than we previously thought. But it's just a prediction, of course. Another example, we can say that the social media will be more and more a source of disinformation that has been so far, but it's also just anticipation. Let me remind what Mark Twain wrote. If you don't read the newspaper, you are uninformed. If you do read the newspaper, you are misinformed. And now we can add to these words that we are disinformed as recipients of media messages during COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's all.
Thank you very much, Professor Adamczyk. Thank you for this comment. Professor Hordecki.
Thank you, Professor Jan Narak, for going towards theorizing the topic and for your very interesting remarks. The answer to your question, either protecting or building Ukrainian political nation or excluding people who do not use Ukrainian language, both answers are correct. And I will tell you very briefly why. One phrase: because of the powerful neighbor of Ukraine, you are not able to design today language policy in Ukraine in that way that you have not only protection of Ukrainian political nation and also protection of individuals. That's because of Russia, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Professor Skrzypczak, would you like to take the floor for 1 minute?
Very, very shortly. And answering for your question, thank you for your comments and for question. We can say that always we should looking for golden mean. And this is such scale. This is very problematic. However, thank you very much for such a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Władysław Ziniczenko, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Rak, for your comments. My answer to the major differences is that the major difference is in system. In Ukraine, it's more decentralized, it's more local, so it's easier to voice these restrictions of freedom of speech for journalists. It's easier to unite them. In Belarus, it's more centralized. Everything is coming from the central government. And maybe the tougher mean to silence journalists, it's imprisonment. For sure, in Belarus, it's like the most complicated case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, Nel, would you like to say something in 1 minute?
Yes. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Professor, for this remark and questions. According to research finding, the public of social media audience shared false information 3 times more than correct information. So I think we're still having a large information epidemic among the social media users, which need more efforts and collaborate between media organization and social media platform to raise awareness towards this a dangerous epidemic information and rumors as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I close this session, and I want to say big thank you to the organizers and to all the speakers for this really great, insightful, and very, very interesting session indeed. Thank you very much. And I close the session now. And Professor Skrzypczak, I guess I turn, you know.
Okay, thank you very much, especially for your comments, introduction, however, also for sense of timing. Thank you very much, because it was excellent. I hope that Oscar, is joining to this session. Okay, so I would like to ask Chair RC26 IPSA, Professor Oscar Perez de la Fuente, for summarizing this conference. Oscar, please.
Yes, thank you. I would like to dedicate a few words to say thank you to all participants, chairs, and discussants at this conference. These past few days has been academically stimulating and filled of fruitful discussions. I will also like to thank Adam Mickiewicz University of Poznan in Poland and senior members of staff for their support in organizing this event about how the world has changed over the past 2 years. Even this event has been affected by the COVID pandemic. As a chair of IPSA RC26 on human rights, I would like to encourage scholars to sign up to IPSA and benefit for its advantages, such as participating in events like this. I would like also to share with you that we have planned for 2022, and we are preparing a webinar in several sessions on digital minorities. We will send you a call for papers soon. Please do keep an eye on the IPSA RC26 social networks for updates. I would like to thank JJ Jędrzejczyk, sorry for my bad pronunciation of Polish, who has been particularly involved in the organization of this event. I hope we will maintain this budding relationship and organize more events. COVID has changed the world and the way scholars meet. We would like to reflect on new ideas, and I hope we will be able to meet in person in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oscar. And I would like also, on the end, to thank all of you who agreed to participate in our conference and deliver lectures from basically all over the world: Brazil, Mexico, Ghana, many European countries, even from Hawaii. And the professors who agreed to take the trouble of chairing individual sessions and fulfilling the role of discussant. Without you, this conference would not have been possible. Special thanks for RC26 IPSA Society, RC26 board, and of course, special thanks to chair of RC26, Professor Oscar. Thank you very much for your passion and for many evenings which we spent on Skype discussing about this conference. I would like at this point to thank the entire faculty team who helped me organize this event. Special thanks to Krzysztof Duda, Alina Balczyńska, Magdalena Lorenz, and Władysław Zinchenko. Thank you very much. And maybe the last suggestion, maybe this is a short thought, because I think maybe the December 10 is a good date for celebrating or for discussing about human rights. I think that maybe RC26 should meet every 10th of December for such discussing. Of course, maybe in the webinar mode. However, why not? Maybe this is this is our job, and maybe this is our task for future. What do you think, Oscar?
Yeah, I hope so. It's not a bad idea. We can celebrate the Day of Human Rights in the RC26 on human rights. Yes, it's not a bad idea. We will manage. We will manage. Hopefully, we will manage.
I would like also to thanks also of volunteers who helped us during this not only 2 days, however, before this conference. Thank you very much, ladies, special to our colleagues from our faculty, our students, PhD students. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you very much for all comments, for all questions, and I hope it was very fruitful for all of us. Thank you very much. So now,
thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. See you, I hope soon, maybe in Poznań or somewhere in the world, on other RC26 or IPSA events.
Okay, yeah, see you in a future IPSA event. See you.
See you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Maybe, okay. No dobra, to myślałem.
Oi. I just hope that, okay, more fire.
Okay, Tatiana, thank you very much.
I just wanted to say a few words about, plans, etc. I see that Oscar has already just disappeared from it.
It was very short closing